Hello. Oh my goodness. I am Hi Anthony, how you doing? You're gambling. Oh no, don't gamble. No, no. Wait, are you gonna win? Are you gonna win? I'm watching you. I'm watching you. You've bar 7. Close to a half win. I don't even know how much it pays out for treble bar. I imagine it's not very much. We'll see VV live now. Hashtag VTuber, ENvtuber, Warhammer. Yeah. There we go. I'm advertising the stream treble bar issue. Wait, treble bar's the jackpot. Oh my goodness. Why is bar the jackpot? What the heck? Bar sounds like it'll be the worst thing. Like, you never want to go to a British bar. You get whacked in the head, stabbed, and all your money taken off you. Okay. 248. And come from nail 248. And come from nail 248. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Why is I thought like 7 would be for jackpot, but no, that's like 4 times, isn't it? Oh, so it seems my machine has performance anxiety. You decided to watch and it panicked? Maybe. You know. Or maybe I'm like, you're not allowed to pay out. Don't pay out. Punch you in the face, that's what I'm gonna do. And the machine was like, no! Building the coveted Defiler with a giant base. Oh, why does the Defiler have such a giant base? It like makes it impossible to play it. The thing is, it doesn't even fully fill the base, so it could, you know, have a smaller base. I'm gonna magnetize it to the base. There we go. There we go. View profile. Wait, what does the stream actually say on it? I didn't accidentally put... Yeah, Warhammer Building. Good. Oh. We got Petty Turbo. Oh, yeah, do you like my art? Like my little chalkboard drawing. Hello, Daniel for man. How you doing? Doesn't it get for scuttling walker so it can just... Yes, but I mean, it does also move faster now. That is one big advantage it has compared to before. It gets a couple of inches extra speed. Is it a couple? Is it like... Was it before 8 inches and it can now move 12 inches? Was it before 8 inches and it can now move 10? I can't remember which way it is. But yeah. There we go. Okay, streams advertised. Things are going well. Nice. But the issue is, it's still such a big base. I'm taking my hat off. There we go. It's still such a big base. Like, it's so big that on certain terrain setups, you know, it's hard to actually put into the deployment zone. Like, well, let me get the base out. Like, it's just absolutely... It's much bigger than a night base. That's the issue. It's as wide as, like, the widest night base. But it's a circle, not an oval. I think. 2 inches are the difference. Your favourite VTuber said so. I mean, it kind of is when it comes to that stuff. Because, got the tape measure here. How big is 160 millimeters roughly in inches? It's around 6.5 inches. So that means before, when it could only move 8 inches, it could only move 1.5 inches further than its base size. So that meant if you're 1.5 inches away from a terrain piece, you couldn't move past it because your base will always be catching the terrain piece at your maximum distance. Now you can be like a few inches away and still move around it. The issue is, it's just, you not only got to worry about terrain being in your way, you've got to worry about oh yeah, the scuttling walker only applies to its movement. It doesn't apply to its charges. Hello, Allegory. Wait, how do I sell this? Algorithm Kelter. Allegorio Kelter. Nice VTuber, really cool turtle. Thank you. This is called Cuptle. You can make him speak by using the say command, although you might need to be in chat for 5 minutes before you can use it. Sorry, Spanish. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Oh, right, you can go say like this. Yeah, well, it costs sprinkles, and you get sprinkles by being in chat. Every 5 minutes, you just get a bunch of sprinkles. And you can check how many you have using the ! Sprinkles command. Yeah. Here we go. Sorry, I need to bring chat up on my phone. I forgot again. I forgot to get chat on my phone. There we go. Over here. And once again, YouTube's being silly. There we go. Oh. So I just needed like... I am running behind today. I thought I had plenty of time, and then suddenly it's like, as soon as it gets to an hour before stream, it feels like time just speeds up massively. It's like you're blinking, and it's like you blink once and 5 minutes just disappear. It's like, oh gosh, darn it. Like, but I've been up. I've been doing stuff. I got up at a decent time, and then I went back to sleep, and then I got up at a different decent-ish time, and I've got my breakfast. I've watched Adventure Time. I've had some exercises done. It's great. Yeah. I'm a genius. I say I'm a genius. You know, I'm being productive. I'm being productive today. My goodness. An actual innuendo from an overused joke. Wait. An innuendo? An innuendo? What innuendo? Thumbnail. Oh, wait, that's an innuendo. Oh, God.
Sometimes I will say some wild stuff. I blame it on the voices in her head. I'm a cute, innocent
like
cupcake turtle. I'm so trustworthy.
The overused joke everyone likes. I thought it would be fun. Oh, gosh. No. I should really give these things more thought, shouldn't I? I was mostly focused on just trying to cut out my hair and, you know, my head from my model so I could put it on the Defiler body, and it was just taking forever because have you seen how many little bits of hair stick out? Oh, then you're trying to select it. And then I'm having to learn more about the tools and how to stop it being silly. But then by stopping it being silly, I now can't undo, like, points I put down. It's like, oh, because I use something called polyline. So this is, you put a number of points down. You basically press on part of, like, the image, and you make, like, a line using different points. But the issue is like, if you got, like, a small thing, like a piece of hair that you're trying to go around, is if you click too close to another point, sometimes you're just going to erase that point or put a new point between 2 points rather than having a new point be by itself extending the line. And it's like, oh no! I managed to figure it out. And then I could go around the entire head and hair, select it all, copy, and then paste it onto the top of a Defiler body. Someone defiled me once. I had to alphabetize myself. No! Fortunately, any malicious bits of the info can be stored in the appendix. If you don't mind, I'll use your turtle for a second. Okay. No, the mongoose got attacked. Defiled. Ah, yeah, defiled. You had a filing system and it got unfiled. Oh no.
Warning. Multiple Leviathan class life forms in the area. Are you sure whatever you are doing is worth it?
Multiple Leviathan class life forms. Oh wait, maybe she's the most say-so VTuber. I am the most say-so. That is a book joke. I would get to laugh if people read more. Oh, malicious bits of information. Look, look. Wait, is it Wheel of Time and Lord of the Rings loved the appendix? Tolkien. Tolkien loved his appendix. He wouldn't let them remove it. But what else is there? Wheel of Time, I think, is another series that loved putting information in the appendix. Generally speaking, though, I think that using the appendix and stuff like that is kind of meh. Most modern writers generally try to avoid having to have an appendix like that. I do know one you have to rely upon. You do get some like long-running series where they'll have an appendix, and this is more just to remind yourself of previous characters. So if you read one book, and like halfway through the second book, a character who was in the first half of the first book reappears, you might not remember them, and as a result, they might have an appendix of just like who exactly they are. Especially if they can't be bothered going and writing out. It's like, oh my gosh, it's been so long since we've seen you. Remember when we did this together? Because a lot of writers don't want to write that. But then a lot of writers will just leave you hanging. It's like, either you remember or you don't. Either way, I'm just writing it.
So what you're saying is, the appendix is superfluous.
Yeah. You do get some cool stuff off the appendix. Like Lord of the Rings like to throw in just all sorts of extra information in the appendix. It was completely unimportant stuff. It was like definitely very just malicious information. But it wasn't stuff you needed to read to know about them. Like I think when I've read Lord of the Rings, I just ignore the appendix. Like, do you know when you're reading it, like a character comes along, I don't decide to bother checking the appendix. But then you got other stories where, you know, you read it and then it's like for stuff that you just don't understand and no one explains it and you have to go all the way to the... Sometimes if they do that though, they'll have like a little magnifying glass next to the words, or do you know, next to the thing, saying, hey. And that basically just means, for this thing, if you're confused, go and check the appendices. Lord of the Rings appendix is quite swollen. It's concerning. Yeah. Thanks for Turtle. Sounds like the PDA from Subnautica. Good luck on the stream, my friend. Thank you. I'm a big fan of Terry Pratchett's footnote gags. Warhammer sometimes does that. I like some Terry Pratchett books, but I'm not a big fan of a lot of them, unfortunately. I understand why people like them, just not for me. That being said, it's been a long time since I tried reading them. And that's back when I was really going into my edgy phase. Before I go in, what's your opinion of the best faction in 40? I don't have an opinion on best faction. Worst one, Iron Warriors. I'm joking, I'm joking. I mean, I'm mostly collecting, like, a massive Black Templar army. Well, kind of Black Templar. I really like the Mechanicus, though. They're really cool. They're growing on me a lot. I like Tyranids. Tyranids are my starting faction. Orcs are amazing. Necrons are really... I like what they did with Necrons. I never used to like Necrons, but since getting back into the game, they've really expanded Necron lore and... you know, Necron characters and giving them more personality, and I really like that. Photon are also super cool. Tau are also super cool. I like how they're going back to the Tau are well-meaning. We got medical and literature joke, layers, people. We got layers to this humour, we do. I recommend for witch and death books in particular, yeah. But yeah, basically, I think
Bless the
every
God
single
machine.
faction is cool. Yeah, bless the God machine. I think every faction is kind of cool. I mean, personally, I think I can tell you which are my least favourites. I'm not a big fan of the word bearers. Same with the world eaters. Although it's more corn berserkers I don't like. Like, I like a lot of the corn demons. But what else is there? I'm also not actually a big fan of the Iron Warriors and ENvtuber. I mean, the Hazard Stripes is one thing to do with it. But at the same time, it's like, for Iron Warriors, I don't mind too much because I kind of love to hate them, you know? Like, for some factions, you just love to dislike. I guess word bearers is my least favourite.
Bertarabo digs holes.
Perturabo digs holes, he does. He does. Oh, world eats. I don't know. I have been reading some stuff with word bearers in, and I've been like, oh, that's cool. I like the word bearer. I like some of the stuff they did with the word bearers.
She doesn't like the world eaters and word bearers, and she really hates the word eaters and the world bearers.
Yeah, it's just because I keep getting confused between them. The word eaters, the world bearers, the word bearers, the world eaters. I get confused between them all the time. They're both red now. At least the word bearers used to be more brownish, maroony red colour. But now, no, they're both just bright red now. It's like, how am I meant to tell the difference? I get confused enough as it is. No, actually, no. I think for world eaters, because I've read 2 books recently. One of them had world eaters in, and I didn't care about the world eaters at all in it. And one of them had word bearers in, and I'm like, ooh, these guys are kind of cool. I hate them in this. But, you know, they make good villains. They make good villains. And they're very interesting characters in which they actually think they're trying to save the world and humanity. Or at least some of them do. And that's really interesting when so many Chaos factions don't think about that at all. They're just full of hate and vengeance and anger. And they want to destroy. But for word bearers, they actually want to build and care. They think what they're doing is for some greater good for everybody and humanity, and that is a really interesting thing to get behind. It also had the Dark Mechanicum in it, but the Dark Mechanicum are really uninteresting in that one. There you go. So, hello, Longstocks. Been a little while. There you go. Headphones back on. World eaters just always flopping because they don't think before they speak. Yeah. Word bearers were silver, I thought. Word bearers are silver. Although not all of them. Not all of them. Oh, that reminds me of a pre-reunion. Oh yeah, and now you got the red corsairs who are also bright red with silver. You got the red corsairs, the world eaters, and the word bearers, and all of them just have fake. They have very similar colour schemes, especially if you're building a World Eater army using first Chaos Space Marine rules instead of a World Eater rules. For instance, you want to use things like obliterators, some of the vehicles you don't get access to, legionnaires. There you go, sorry. Taking that. Because in law, you can, I say in law, in both the game and law, you can still make a World Eater army just using the Chaos Space Marine Codex instead of the World Eater Codex. Oops. There we go. Got gloves on. They're making squeaky noises.
Why do you embrace the lesser creature, Squirtle? You should be painting.
I'm not gonna be painting. I'm not painting. We're building stuff today. It's a building stream, but I've got my gloves on. We can finally go to the hand cam. There we go. There we go. Hand cam, hand cam. Where's the hand cam? There we go. I need to move these things around a bit. Do 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 do. Sorry, I'm just moving stuff around so I can actually see what I'm doing on the stream. There we go. Calibrate fish again. Oh, we got a Defiler! Yeah! We love Defilers. So, this is the base for the Defiler. It's absolutely massive. It's like, not as big as my hand, but still. Like, here you go. Here you go. Like, you could play an entire game on this base. That's how big it is. Like, what you doing? Oh yeah, also I've been painting these guys more. I've got the gold on them now. And I decided to add some brighter white highlights to the, you know, for white helmets and stuff. And look at this guy with his cool helmet. They're coming along nicely. Also, I changed up this guy.
I think you lost something in the dyslexia. The word bearers were called the iconoclasts before Lorgar was found and returned to them.
Wait. Word bearers are silver, I thought. Although that might be for pre-reunion colours of the iconoclast. Oh, no, the word bearers were silver. I can go over it. Yeah, I redid his eye a little bit because can I get it focusing more on him? Yeah, I realised when I was looking at it under a magnifying glass that there's actually a scar there. So I tried painting the eye to be scarred and to, you know, be like blinded in the eye. That's what you get for not wearing your helmet, dude. So yeah, I've been working on these guys. They've been coming along slowly, but surely. There we go. He clearly wasn't a named character at that point. Plot armor wasn't strong enough. Wait, what's this? Yeah, he wasn't the main character at that point, but now he is. What else is there? I'm gonna be back in 29 minutes later. You have a match. Nice. Oh yeah, so word bearers, when I say that they used to be maroon coloured, I mean that used to be their colour scheme, like their official colour scheme for like how do you paint word bearers. Not like their original law colour scheme. So you basically, like, if you find the word bearer paint now, it's more of a brownish colour than it is a bright red colour. But their official colour scheme actually uses the same type of painting that you would do for Corn Berserker. I think they even use literally one of them, like it's named Corn Red or something like that. But Defiler, look at this thing. Hi, Mal, how you doing? Big old Defiler. Or instruction book. Instruction book. Sniff, sniff, stinky. No! Why are you calling me stinky?
Sniff, sniff. Stinky. Nah, just kidding, you're not stinky.
No. Oh, we got instructions. We got instructions. Look at these things. There's so many of them. Whoa. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to magnetize this to the base. Looks like it might be a bit difficult. Although it does glue to these things, so maybe I can put magnets underneath them. Because otherwise it's just got to be really hard. Well, there's two things that I want to try seeing if I can magnetize. So let's look at the instructions. Okay, no, I can't magnetize it. I was hoping that we could magnetize. Well, actually, maybe we can. I was thinking of trying to magnetize like this bit into there. But maybe we can magnetize the torso onto the abdomen. It's just so it's not as tall. But I don't know how tall it's actually going to be. So, well, I think this is one where we're definitely going to have to use the instructions, especially since it starts with number 77. Let's put this over here then. And we'll go with number 77. Yeah. Okay, it's not in here. What about this spoo? $78, 82, 86, 87, 79. Okay, we want 81. Where's my clippers gone? Clippers, come over here. Alright, I'm doing okay. I've done my exercises today. I've been a productive person. I've been productive. Yeah. That's a weird looking face. Okay, now we need to cut off little bits of spoo. How dark is it? It's a bit dark, isn't it, actually, on screen? Let's mess with this a little bit. Video capture device, configure video. Look away if you're epileptic.
Did a little bit of work on the Zeunch Battle Force box. I've decided that the Zeunch chariot was designed by a Slaneshi cultist.
Probably. Oh, hi, Finns Falcador. You've been working on your Cinchian stuff. That's cool. Okay. I think that should be good enough. Yeah, that's brighter. Yeah, it's an old model. Hello, Talan. How you doing? I'm doing okay-ish. We're currently trying to figure out where piece 77 is. Because that's one of the pieces we meant to... Oh, here it is. It's this piece. Right here. Right next to piece 81. Oh, there's a Nurgly head. So this is going to be a Night Lord Defiler. And not connected to one of the Chaosy gods. This is going to be from the undivided part of my Night Lords.
Ah yes, the 62 plus sweep attack quad walker.
Wait, 62 sweep? What do you mean 60? Oh, wait. Wait, it can get potentially 62 attacks. If it's with the Emperor's Children. And it rolls 6s for every single hit. The title and thumbnail make it seem like the Defiler owed you money and you finally caught him. You know. How do you know that's not the case? Okay, apparently these two bits are meant together to go together. No, like this. This bit goes like that? Okay, it goes like this. That makes sense. Hits on a 63 plus is what I thought it was originally printed at. Oh! Yeah, hits on a 63. Now that's not originally printed, I think. I think that's just in the app what it says. See, it doesn't have it here. You can get a ridiculous amount of attacks though if you're in Emperor. Because it can have the sweep. It can have the... Look at that big old base. It can have the sweep. And then it can have its Electro Scourge and it can get sustained hits like 2 on so many of its attacks. Okay, then we want 78 and 82, which is these two. That's not bad. Glory to the Dice Gods, time to roll the D100. I thought since it's a disc of cinch being pulled along, it would have an underside. It does not. The blades and books just hang from grooves on the underside. Oh gosh, that's not good. So the entire model doesn't have an underside? What? So what it wants is this piece like this going onto here. Like that. Oh, okay. Interesting. Glory to the D100 and the D10. They actually do use D10s in their official battle reports, you know, to as wound markers. At one point it was funny where someone was rolling really badly and they were like, you know what, I'm just going to roll a D100 and see if I can pass, no, a D10, sorry, and see if I can pass the test with that. Yeah, they failed. Oh. They failed. As always. Only lasted 8 minutes. Oh, okay. I hope you won, or you did well, or you had fun. Any of the above. There you go. Dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Look, right, it's actually got a Mechanicus symbol on its back. It's a dark Mechanicus. Look at our little logo. I never knew the dark Mechanicus bothered adding logos. It's very similar to the AdMech. It's just
Time to eat my spaghetti and meatballs.
Oh, my spaghetti and meatballs. I want spaghetti and meatballs now. I want to have a lettuce instead. Oh, I was meant to ask. Never mind. I wanted to get lettuce. 79 and 80 is next. I got 79 here.
Lettuce, you say? Care to share?
No, I don't have any lettuce at the moment. I wanted to get lettuce, but I forgot to ask for it. Oh. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna text. I'm gonna text anyway and see if it's not too late. It isn't. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Explode. No, don't explode me, Kundra texting her mom. Mom, I desire lettuce at once. Yes. No, actually, it was more like, if it's not too late to ask, can you please get some lettuce, please? If it is too late, I'll just order it and just eat. Mother, I require lettuce, please. Mother, it is not too much to ask. I have a request of thee. Please, can you go on a quest for a single bag of lettuce? There we go. There we go. Oh! Oh wait, why doesn't... No. Oh! There we go, it clicks in. It clicks in. Oh! Top 10 lettuce moments. True. True. The chariot sits on either fire or wind, but it just plugs into a hole on the underside of the disc at the back. It's just concave underneath. Oh, that sucks. The Disc of Cinch, the Gaunt Summoner on Disc of Cinch is much better than that. So that joins into here. But the Gaunt Summoner on Disc of Cinch is a much newer model. I've never heard her say please once. She must be desperate. No, I always say please. I always say please and thank you. Like, whenever I'm asking for anything, it's like, hey, can you send us a shopping list? It's like, okay. Can you please get this? Thank you very much. It's okay if you can't. I have to say that, Focus, my mother's one of those people that goes into massive panic mode when something goes even slightly wrong. It's like, it's okay. If something cannot be done, she only demands of you, Talan. Talan doesn't deserve please and thank you. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. And then we glue this together. And it's coming together. It's coming together. The greatest model of our time. Oh. I'm gonna have to get one of my knights just to compare it in size to them. Also, I'm gonna have to figure out what will make this more Night Lordy focus. There we go. What little holes? RRM for short. As infestation of Vice Romania rat mod. Oh, as infestation. I mean, true. The Romanian mat mod. RRM. Oh, so I'm gonna have to just mute so I can blow my nose. Hello, I'm back. What am I doing? So we've now got the front. Oh, we got the headpiece. So we want 85. 80, that's for 85. Yeah, 85. 85 coconuts sitting on the wall. 85 coconuts flying through the halls. 85 coconuts. Okay. Then we want 87 and 86. Okay, this is a bit easier than pedestrian. Not every single piece at the moment. It's just like, I'm not having to flick through every single sprue for every single piece. In fact, it's kind of just like close to one another, which is relatively nice. So, I think it's this way it wants to be. And it goes into... This instruction does not make sense. There it goes. I'm guessing this goes here. No. So if this is the correct way, if this is... So it wants... I'm thinking it wants to go like this. Okay, it wants to go like this. There we go. That's easier. This is one where they could show more, I guess. But nah, it's fine. Because it doesn't fit neatly. Or sit super well, like it feels like it just clicks into place. Because sometimes pieces do that. There we go. That's what it wants. And then we want to do the same with the next piece. Hello, TA. Morning to you. Romania, the eternal struggle for copper. Rat, the eternal struggle for cheese. Mod, the eternal struggle against the oppressive VTuber. What do you mean oppressive VTuber? I am perfectly nice. Everyone agrees, except, you know, if you don't agree, I'm just going to have to throw you into the cheese making factory. It's like, oh, you think that's a good... No, it's not a good thing. I am just a scapegoat. You're not a goat, Talan. If you were a goat, you'd be so much cooler. The greatest of all time. We love our goats. A goat detective. I think Talan stole the pearly gates in a previous life. Okay, so this I think just sits on like this. Oh, that's where the cannon goes. Okay, that makes sense. I've heard it's very easy to magnetize the weapons around. God hates me for being too whimsy, too jolly. I've been gleeful mugging God for too long. Gleeful mugging? What the heck? Talan's just gone full brain rot mode.
You're currently reclining in a chair made of Clan's fourth cousins. Yes, plural, as in all of them. Except one, that's a Cancula.
Now, if that was the case, you know, most of Talan's cousins got hit by cars and stuff. Don't worry about it. Definitely nothing to do with me. Bam, 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 bam. Look at this. We got an upper torso. We can magnetize if we want to. We can magnetize if we've got to. Okay, so now it wants us to do the bottom of the torso. That's just for one you know about. Nobody talks about my cousins that have been doomed by their hubris. Isn't that what's happening to you? Oh, look! Chimaris head. Okay, so now we want, I think, for other spoons. Is it this one? 33, 32, and 34. 44, 51, 38, 37, 50, 34 is here. Nah, it could never happen to me. I'm too good at what I do. True. What's the limit of Talan's bloodline made chair can I buy? 20 cents. And whom's just driving the cars? I'm Monty. I don't drive cars. Cuptle loves to drive. And to drink. You know? Don't worry about it. Cornhead. Is there a Night Lord head in here? I don't think for this. Found for Slaneshi head. Okay, no, now I need to go to another spoo, I think. Okay, never mind, it's not this spoo. What are we doing? I'm not missing a spoo, am I? Oh no, here we go, 33. And that's 50 there. Okay, I'm gonna have to just chip the bits off the spoo. This is not very good. And then, yeah, that curve is difficult to deal with. Let's just gently cut across here.
I do many other things besides drinking, beginning with D while driving, like dancing and drifting.
Dancing and drifting. You love to drift. Oh my goodness. I never knew Cuptle was a drifter. Just drifting from place to place. Just making my way, yeah. There you go. Crafting knife, remove a business wheel. Crafting knife, remove them for you. There we go. Very gently. Be very careful when using a crafted knife. So what we want to do is put this here. Like this, I guess. Somehow. Okay, like that, I guess. Because a lot of these things don't have like a super strong connection in terms of like it feels like it just clicks into place. Kind of just loosely sits together. About abusing mod powers. Oh my only weakness. Physical violence, yeah. You can't just explode to land, unfortunately. That is a mod power. Well, attack is not a mod power. Anyone can attack to land. You guys are forgetting for at. True. True. Oh, it worked. It worked for dual long stocks. Worked. A buy-in of 2,500. That is a ridiculous amount. That's insane. Okay, where am I now? By the way, tomorrow we're getting to see the new FLC for Warhammer 3. Guess who it will be? Tranquil. Wait, is FLC a hero or a lord? I forget for End of Times. I'm guessing it's going to be a lord. Oh no. I'm guessing it'll be some sort of death character. It could be Conrad. On Karstein. That would be cool. Or maybe for you... Oh no, for Red Duke was shown, but... It might be for Red Duke. Despite how he was shown. No, for Red Duke's already in it, sorry. Oh no, it wouldn't be him. You got the vampire in... The other kingdoms. The Southern Realms. New free legendary. Okay, hero. Not sure, to be honest. Do you think it's going to be one of those that was shown in the trailer? Oh, there we go. That's how it connects. I'm not even going to take this apart. It was hell trying to connect those two bits. I'm just going to put glue here and hope it seeps into the gap. There we go. Yeah. The Red Duke is already in bum territory, it's true. I hope that they bring back all of the... There's quite a few characters who are, you know, legendary characters who are in the game but not playable. There's an Orc, and he's the guy that, you know, was meant to be the enemy of Grimgar in, like, Warhammer 1. I forget his name. You got Boris Todbringer, obviously. And you've got the Red Duke. So this has... This piece wants to be going into the air. Okay, so it's these two bits. Go up. This bit goes... like that. Okay. We'll get more news about Nagash stuff, but this dude is just a free guy. Usually they are related, do you know, to the characters, to the DLC things. Like Arbol was with Korn. Epidermis with Saint. So I'm guessing it will be some sort of vampire hero or Wraith Lord. Maybe a necromancer. I can't think of any off the top of my head that would be heroes. You got Conrad, but he's definitely Lord material, not hero material.
Read a little above.
There's a separate dude that will have to do with a new mini... Oh, there's a new mini DLC, sorry. Oh, wait, what's a mini DLC, sorry? What's that one for? I don't know if I saw that, or if I did, I've just completely forgotten. In which case, I apologise. Oh, the White Lion dudes! Oh! No idea then. Cupcake me. Yeah, I forgot they're mini DLC. I would have thought they were mini DLC. Like, that's an entire faction, pretty much. I don't know. I'm guessing it's some sort of cafe-in thing then. Probably some lion character. I don't really know much about the named characters of the lions and stuff, if it even is any in the lore at the moment. What I'm assuming is that they're going to release another mini book at the same time as the DLC. And it's going to have, like, the character in that with new lore and stuff. Okay, there's apparently actually 2 torso pieces you can make. Abdomen, sorry. That's interesting. We'll make the first one just because that's what I started with. Okay, it fits actually pretty nicely. Goes right with Tiger. Yeah, it's got to be some sort of tiger. Either that or monkey. A tiger gar would be insane. Oh, imagine if they were called Tigars, quite literally. Oh no, they're not beastmen, they're different. That goes there. Interesting. There we go. We've got this going along now. Nice. Little spiky spikes. What are we doing now? I need 42 and 41, which are little pistony bits. 40, 46, 39, 41. Tigo, wanna buy a t-shirt? Care for a cup of tea? Care for a cup of tea? Pistons! Yeah! Okay, I think we need another one. 42. Which is just up here. Then we got 47 and 48, which go below them. Actually, no, that goes into the other torso. I'm a silly person. There you go, so like that. I could try doing this, cutting off this bit here, putting a magnet there, and a magnet there. But honestly, I don't think I can without it breaking. Oh, well, maybe. I have to use a small magnet. I want to see how big it will be otherwise, though. And if there will be more connection points. Okay, so now we need 49 and 51. Which is for opposite to this side piece. And then 50. So... here we go, 51. Do you think the Tiger DLC is going to have a new dragon character appear? I don't really know much about the DLC. No, unless you're thinking tigers or dragons. Maybe. Maybe tigers are dragons. Oh, nice. Okay, we got 49. 43, 49 is over here. 49 is not nice to cut out. At least I don't do an age-old trick of deciding put a spike as a connection to the sprue. these bits. Bit of screw connection here still. And here. What about along here? Yeah. There we go. Like that. Mini DLC will have one nod. Oh yeah, for White Tiger. 3 units. 1 hero. Yeah. That won't be too bad. It'll be nice to see like other type of, you know, things in the game. Like, do you know a good faction that isn't basically what we've already just had forever? Oh no. How the heck does this go together? Those 2 bits go like this, these bits go like that, and this bit goes like that. There we go. Okay, it's coming to... It feels like an Easter egg. Like, you just want to crack it and just go nom 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 off the chocolate. Except from this angle. That looks like, you know, when you have the Easter egg and it got all melted on one side. But on this side, it just reminds me to like Easter egg. You crack them open. Okay, so what we want then is piece 50, which is another taily tail. Which is a bit hellish to remove from the spoon. It's going to be fine, because I'm just going to clip all of the excess bits off. Oh my goodness, it's so cool! Tail. Oh no, you won't be able to make a brass scorpion anymore. From the Defiler. So remember how there was a brass scorpion in the Apocalypse book and it was just made from a couple of Defilers glued together? We can't do that anymore. It doesn't work. Oh, maybe we could make a brass scorpion. Maybe we could. Okay, what wants to go on it next? Did I forget to put piece 36 on? I did forget to put piece 36 on. What the heck does piece 36 even look like? Okay, it's none of those there. Piece 36, where art thou? It's not those bits. It's weird. Really weird. Looks a bit like a spine. Oh, this is it. Oh, that's a lot bigger of a piece than I expected. based on this image. This image. It's this long piece. Oh, it goes at the back here. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't want to fit on now. But I'll make it fit. See what I mean? Made it fit. I'm a genius. Just when things don't work, just use brute force. Okay, it wants piece 53 now and 52. I'll do 53 while I'm thinking about it because that's a tiny looking piece. Again, looks a bit like a spiny part. Oh, it's 53 right here. Right next to our 36 was. So this piece goes here. That does not fit nicely. Such a weird piece. There we go. Okay, that's not too bad. I think we want 52, which fills this gap here, or at least some of the gap. Oh, it's leggy. It's a leggy beast. We'll just make it the leg holes at the moment. And it goes into here. And clips. Oh, like that. So nice. I just realised there's a bit of sprue just right here. I missed. I thought it was just another one of the spikes. Put into the model. There we go. That's stabbing my gloves. There we go. So we've got that much of the abdomen done now. And we want 54 or 55. Okay, 55 or 54. Okay, so it's either this piece or the one with the chains coming down. There should be one with flayed flesh and skin coming down instead. I'm gonna go with the chains. It also has a little chaos amulet. I think that will feel suitably Night Lordy. You know, or close enough. That fits really nicely on, actually. Actually, it's still got 3 plates on it. That's interesting. I thought the chains would be fair, you know, because it didn't have the plating. Oh no. Oh no! Chain armor! Not as good as lammy armor. Or scale. Or plate. Oh yeah! That's nice. All in his mind. All in his mind. What's all in whose mind? 39 and 45. Our next, okay, that's 40, that's 47. So more pistons. Oh no, it's 39 and 40 is what we want. Okay, so this piston goes... Oh, I'm definitely going to need to, I think, have to glue this on. There we go. And arguably I can avoid it. Depends on how many more bits need to be glued onto this. Because I'm thinking about trying to transport this model. And store it. And like, you know, the big base takes up a lot of room. It's also pretty tall. Okay, so on piece 40 now, which is this piston. It's not a very Night Lord looking head, unfortunately, amongst all the head options. Which is unfortunate. I think I want to give this the Plasma Decimator cannon on the chest. The 2 Excrutor cannons, or whatever they're called.
I am Cuttle, I suck.
No, you don't, Cuptle. No! So mean of you to do that, Longstock. Cuptle is beautiful. I mean, if I do magnetize it, the issue is this piece is not going to be able to sit anywhere, so I might as well just glue it in now. Because these prongs are just going to be in the way of it magnetizing to something without breaking. Like to a tray. Cuptle is beautiful. No, Cuptle is nice and beautiful, aren't you, Cuptle? Yeah. There we go. Big old body. Snap. Fleshy torso. Shoot for torso. It's where it's weakest. I'm just imagining last cannon just hitting right into its torso and it just drops in two. So what we want next is we are doing this piece. There's 3 different tops. One of them's got a chaos symbol, one of them's bland, one of them's got trophy. Obviously Night Lords want for trophy. They want for trophies on top. Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, World Eaters, Thousand Sons, Empress Children, Death Guard. Oh, this... Light Lords are like for only ones that didn't get one.
Longstocks is absolutely glorious. Cuttle deserves the steak.
No, it's not true. No.
Longstocks is making me say bad thing I don't mean.
Yeah. See? Leviathan class monsters. There we go. 98. That was Cuptle. You could see his mouth moving. Cuptle doesn't even refer to himself in the third person, do you, Cuptle? No, you don't. There we go. And now we can put this on top. Right. Is it meant to be a gap? Oh, it's meant to be a gap. Okay. Well, we are making it taller by putting that thing on, unfortunately. Which I don't want to do, but we're doing it. Why is this thing on such a giant base? Okay, it's coming together. How's the unpainted Terminator? Still unpainted. Well, they're magnetized at least now. 154. Okay, so we got a lot of head options. Here's the head options. Obviously, Korn, Slanesh, Wordberry one, Iron Warriors, Nurgly one. Oh, that's the Slaneshi one. Oh, that's a Thousand Suns one. That's the Slaneshi one, sorry. Then 4 generic ones. I don't really like the spiky head. That doesn't really feel very Night Lordy. Nor does that. Nor does that. We have the wings of a head. Honestly, I think the word bearers one. Yeah, I kind of like that. That one feels the most Night Lordy because it's kind of like a skull. Gonna go with that. And it goes on like this. And it can sit in that any angle it wants. Oh, the spikes around its head do get in the way. Like all those little spikes catch on the horns. Where's my clippers? Let's cut off this little bit of sprue here. Let's get in a bit of the way too. Bunch of glue here. And then there we go. Okay, now it wants to do the exhaust on the back. That's annoying.
She is shirking her exercises again.
I
Many
did
such
I
cases.
did exercises this morning. Also, it's very hard to just put a model down when you're in the middle of building it and, you know, do something else. We'll do something. We'll maybe at the 3-hour mark, we'll, you know, take a little bit of a break. You know, get stuff done. Yeah. Okay, now it wants to do exhaust. The issue with not doing the legs first is, you know, it's very hard just to put down. There's some knickknacks here. I do think the way it wants you to build, like, I should do the legs first and then the arms. That's what I feel like. And all the upper torso stuff. Okay, spikes are no, it was going to be tall because we got loads of these things. Okay, so 105, 106. Oh, here we go. 105, 106 over here. It's holding you hostage, much like the demon in the engine. True, kind of. But also, the other issue is like doing exercises when I've got gloves on. It's, you know, not the best. I don't want to have to just take off the gloves, because once you take these types of gloves on, they do not go back on very easily. They're only designed to be worn once. Okay, so the head just fell off. Okay, then. I guess that's fine. You know, these exhausts are going to be annoying to put on the back. Why does it even need so many? It's a demon engine. Yeah, the word bearer helmet is just by far my favourite. Like, sure, it might be for word bearers, but whatever. I think it suits Night Lords well enough. 107, 108.
You've heard of Abby the Armless. Now meet Defiler the Domeless.
True. The new Defiler looks pretty neat, but I do like my old... I know, same. The new one has grown on me a bit. Although it's also a lot more expensive than the old. It wasn't expensive as I expected it to end up becoming. Like, I was expecting it to be like the same price as the Knight. Although now I actually have the box. I know why it's not the price of a Knight. Like, you get 3 large sprues. Where the Knight has... Like, the Castellan or whatever, the Dominus version has 1 sprue just for the one leg, 1 sprue for just for the other leg, and then a sprue for the main body, and then a sprue for the variant body. So it's 4 sprues, 4 big sprues, and they are a lot blockier. Well, that's I guess because it's got less options. Oh yeah, and the weird faces on those exhausts. There we go. 109, 110. 113, 114, 111, 112, 109, 110. Okay, here we go. Windy today. Oh gosh, yeah, it's windy enough to blow my window open fully again. I'm thinking I'm going to go for Last Cannon and Missile Launcher. I want it to be kind of just a jack of all trades in a way. Like, Last Cannon will allow it to, at range, blow up tanks. Missile Launcher can also be used to blow up, because it is a strength 10 Missile Launcher. And it gets 2 shots. Which is pretty cool. But it's also like, is it strength 5, AP -1, 2d6 blast if you put it into the anti-infantry mode, which is pretty ridiculous. And 1112. Now I'm just gonna quickly close my window a bit. Hopefully a new soul grinder someday. I was actually half expecting, once I saw the model, you know, with all the fleshy bits on it, that they'd have a soul grinder version as well in the same box. But they didn't. I was like, okay, interesting. I imagine if there's going to be a new soul grinder, maybe if that's the rumour engine after all, potentially. Had the last of my apple juice. Now it's cola time. Cola. Coca-Cola. Oh, I'm gonna crash into a Coca-Cola tree. Cola. Coca-Cola. I imagine if they do release a new soul grinder, it might be for Age of Sigmar. Like, there'll be a new Age of Sigmar set, and it will have a soul grinder. Because they do seem to be moving away from demons in 40. Like, you still can get demons in 40k. But it feels like every time they do something new or fun for the demons, it's with an Age of Sigmar release, not a 40k one. Which is fine, I guess. With any luck, you can still use them in 40k. I am hoping they're going to move more away from the idea of, you know, each system being fully separate, not much crossover. They seem open to the idea of using, you know, Old World, Age of Sigmar models in Old World. In fact, they do it themselves. Even in some of, like, the official pictures and stuff, you can see Age of Sigmar models being used.
Cupcakes do not say such things.
Hi, Titan, how you doing? Wait a minute, you're drinking apple juice? You're able to imbibe something that isn't cola? Immersion shattered. Yeah, apple juice isn't great for me, to be honest, but it is a source of vitamin C, sorry. And I've been trying to have, and it's also got sugar in it. So I've been trying to have less cola and stuff. I'm trying to be healthier, which unfortunately means having apple juice, which does make me a bit ill sometimes. As long as I don't have too much. As long as I don't have too much. But hello, Titan. How you doing? Where we're currently building. Well, very obviously the Defiler. Yeet! We're making slow but steady progress. I wouldn't shower using cola. You can't drink cola that you've showered in. And it'll be all sticky. James Baxter. Oh my goodness. I've been watching Adventure Time more, and they've got James Baxter in it. If you don't know, James Baxter is a British animator. And he plays a character in Adventure Time called James Baxter, which he animates himself, and it's a horse riding on a beach ball. No, I don't bathe in cola. I bathe in bubble bath. Bubble bath. Bubble bath. Bubble bath. Yay. Oh no, I dropped it. I dropped it. There it is. It's in the box. It's in the... Ooh. Transfer sheet. Alpha Legion stuff. Night Lordy stuff. Like, remember the wings here. Iron Warriors. Punch 'em, punch 'em, punch 'em. Word Bearers. Punch 'em, punch 'em, punch 'em. Black Legion. Punch 'em, punch 'em, punch 'em. And what else is here? Slanesh. Cinch. Nurgle. Corn stuff. Oh, corn. Just generic chaos. Chains. Okay. Interesting. 2026 transfer sheet. Oh, interesting. Isn't that what she does on a Thursday? She submerges into a bath of cola for 24 hours and it removes a week's grime? No! On Thursday, I'm too busy making thumbnails for for Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And trying to get, miniatures undercoated, painted or, stuff like that done. I need to finish the undercoat of my Necrons though. Although sometimes they're just super ill. I don't get time to do anything. Never said it stops you from doing any work. No! You expect me to be on my computer while in a bath of cola? That's diabolical. Okay, for Night Lords, what do you think the shoulder pad would be like? I've got shoulder pads here. There's two options. There's a bumpy option with a fin, and there's a fin with spikes. Do you think Night Lords would prefer the spikes? I think Night Lords would prefer the spikes. Although maybe spikes on one side, bumps on the other. That would be fun. Spikes on one side, bumps on the other. Spikes on one side, bumps on the other. So, bumpy bumps want to be here. What goes bumping for night? Yeah. So it's 117. Sprue bits. I saw people using crafting knives and cutting themselves really badly with them. On Warhammer, it's like, oh my goodness. Like, accidentally. People are crazy. Okay. 93 goes into piece 90. Spikes, and then we can make a cut price Death Saber. That's the name of a Night Rampager covered in flesh that's followed around by flayed ones. Ooh. Because the flayed ones think it's a reincarnation avatar of the Catan Defiler, and the Rampager doesn't care about his new entourage. But, oh yeah, remember you saying about that guy. That sounds cool. $92.90. Oh wait, the battle cannon is just a single piece. The plasma cannon is 3 different pieces. Apparently this is super easy to magnetize. I just can't be bothered. And also, I like just, you know, locking myself in when it comes to these kind of things. It's like, I'm gonna build it, it's gonna have these options on it. And those are the ones it's keeping. Which, every so often, I do kind of regret the options I chose. Not for competitive reason, just more... Especially some of my early options I picked. I'm like, yeah, that's not as befitting as the other options. Okay, so there we go. Plasma Excruciator. Okay, now needs piece 92 and 89. Which are... Hard to tell the difference too much there. Okay, so... 89 definitely has big old chaos symbol. 92 just has arrows. We'll go with the arrows because we don't want to be too chaosy symbol-y. I might have to get some green stuff and just like roll it out into really thin pieces and just put filleted flesh all over the model. I think that might be fun. It's gonna be this version, darn the consequences after fools make the version hot dog water. Yeah. To be honest, I don't think I've had that at the moment. The biggest one I've had where I'm like, I want it to be this version, even though it's not the best, is ultimately... Is that meant to even glue here? I'm guessing it is. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. This entire plate is not actually connected to the main plate here. It actually clips in pretty well. You don't even need to magnetize it here. You can just put it in. I might put a magnet there anyway, just so it's strong. So that goes like this. Interesting. And then we can put some chainy bits underneath. We don't have to, but I'm going to do that because it's got a bunch more trophies on it. And trophies are good. That piece. That one. Hooks and chains. Definitely Night Lord piled. Where'd he go? It fell in the box, but it just disappeared. Wait, have we got another box of disappearing here? There we go. Never mind. It caught onto one of the sprues and then fell off it. So this wants to glue on like this. Okay. Makes it look like on the picture that there's gaps for it, but there aren't. Oh, darn it. This is honestly the hardest piece to put together at the moment. Maybe... No, either of them can glue to here. Okay, that's correct. And then it's meant to somehow glue to this blooming thing. And stay there. That's not a very strong connection. Needs a stronger one. And then just... Yeah. Fine. Okay, next page. I think I will make an interpretation of Death Saber one day. Build for Night Rampage, I think give it...
I think I will make an interpretation of Death's Saber one day, build the Night Rampager and then give it your course as treatment.
Oh, putting all sorts of, you know, bits onto the models, trophies. That makes sense. Okay, so now we got the excavation cannons. Let's go on to new recruit. New recruit. Actually, first things first. Anything new on the website? Oh, there is! Kill team balance update. Oh! After the changes to murdering, we've seen much improved meta. The Battle Clade has received a variety of improvements. Nice. Now, if only if they can get those improvements in 40k. I mean, for only 60 points, but still. There we go. So the Defiler is over here with 10 Legionnaires, 2 squads of Raptors, and the Defiler. So we want it to have, yeah, so the Magma Cutters are only 12-inch range, 2 shots each though. The Excavator Cannons are 36-inch range, 6 shots each, 76 AP minus 1 damage too. Yeah, I think this is definitely a win for the cannons. Tyrannid skulls, bits of squig and arcs. Is there a Carnosaur skull in that box skull? I think so. Oh, that would be cool as a face, but now I'm regretting not trying to find a skull. Then instead of giving it the Electro Scourge is good. With its sustained 2. But honestly, I think because the heavy missile launch is pretty good. Like, look at this, it gets 2 strength, 10 AP minus 2 damage, d6 plus 1 attacks. or it can have 2d6 and 5 AP minus 1 blast, which is a pretty good anti-infantry thing. And that's not bad against tanks either. AD's last cannon is just that. What's the missile damage? Yeah, d6 plus 1. Reaper auto cannon is... it's okay. The Bale Flamer is d6 plus 3 stone 7 AP minus 2 damage 2 ignores cover torrent. Arguably better against infantry, but this is why I said I kind of want it to be the jack of all trades. So last cannon plus missile launcher. Yeah, it doesn't have twin link. I also want to go for longer range weapons, so it's more shooty than melee. It's just too easy to charge block. You're back! Hi, back! I'm Cupcake. Use a Tussin for Abbott face, but then put the Carnosaur gun instead, like it's found some Exodites at some point. I think it's actually might be the Stegodon skull in it. $102, 101. Yeah. The cannons are surprisingly tiny though. Like, that's the executor cannon. Like, that's a strength 6 shot, strength 6 AP minus 1 damage too. Okay, at least the legs are next. So I just got out 102. I want 99. I want 100. So this is going to be a bit difficult because this thing doesn't want to be glued in, but this spiky bit does. Honestly, the spiky bit might, but the gun itself might be glued in. I'm going to try not to, but it's going to be hard doing one without doing the other. There you go. And then the next gun goes here. But there we go. Yeah, I might get the skulls and trophies to decorate this model a bit, and then some flesh. Oh look, there's a little skeleton trapped under some rubble there. I do like how many skeletons there are on 40k, and it's just like, how come there's skeletons in the middle of this battlefield? Like seriously. Like, usually bodies don't just, you know, turn into skeletons that easily. Honestly, it can take bodies like hundreds of years. 100 years to get to a point of just being a plain old skeleton. I mean, obviously there's rats and vermin and stuff trying to eat it all. Yes. But generally what happens then is the bones get strewn around everywhere. It doesn't just stay all in one place when that happens, when the animals get to it. So this suggests it somehow became a skeleton without the animals getting to it. Which may be insects, but even then, insects would often carry bones around, especially things like ants. Necron tech for not quite. Honestly, there are a lot of tech where it will just flavor flesh from your body, but not your bones. And I guess with all sorts of warp fire and stuff like that as well. You're not really meant to think about it too much. 61 and 60. 59 and 58. Okay. 59 and 58. So we're onto the legs now. So that means we're back onto this boo, maybe. Not there. 60. Yep. And then 61. And there's 58 and 59. Ooh, I just realised. Since I'm not using the Electro Scourge, that would be really, really good. But if I cut the spikes off it, for my Furia Gould, because I want to make her look like she's made out of basically like snaking metal coils. Because she's not meant to be gold. She's meant to be my own character that just uses gold stats and base model. So people will see it and be like, oh, that's gold. There you go. But this bit connects easily here. That's nice. I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm guessing I'm going to have to glue little bits into there. Oh no. Oh, this is one of the front grabby claws. Okay. I thought we were building little feet then, but no, it's a grabby claw. Okay, 58 and 59. Yes. Okay, I found 58. There's 59. There's a lot of spare bits in here. I need to get a new bits box. Actually, I might just use this as another bits box. Yeah, just fill it with all the spare night bits and chaosy bits. I've just seen that there's a Vessin upgrade kit for the Night Despoiler. It's got unique panels to replace the normal ones and a special chainsword, but not a special claw. Disappointed. Sad. Does the normal one come with a chainsword? The plastic one. Okay, so this goes... Oh. Oh. It could be repositioned. So this one, I'm assuming, goes into this arm here. No, this here. Would then want to be lower. Oh, it goes into this here. Either way, making it outstretched isn't a very good idea. I could clip off that bit and just have it hang there. Yeah, if you clip off this little bit, you can just reposition the arm as much as you want. Oh, I could have like something grabbed in its arms. Ooh, wait a minute. I've got a World Eater here, and my Night Lords are meant to hate for World Eaters. Or at least one specific warband of them. Ooh, that would be good. Put a little head on him, put some arms. I feel like it's trying to pull him apart. Ooh. So 63 and 64.
Give him the claws. Snip, snip, snip.
Yeah. Give him the clamps. The clamps. Actually, it wouldn't be fair. If this is going on that side, you'd want it instead. More like this. Because the Lord Invoktus has just loads of spare bits. Like has an entire torso spare. Okay, you know what? I'm going to skip doing the front claws. I'm going to do the feet first so it can at least balance it and I can mess about with them more. I guess 6 just want to go on this side. Well, the one issue is it's got wires going into the claws from the body. So that'll make repositioning them hard. In addition, one of the claws... Actually, no, it's fine. It's actually got 2 ways that you don't need that bit part on. Okay. But yeah, so 6 does want to be on this side. So stop building this one. I'll move on to the normal feet. So 1 and 2. So we're finally onto the 3rd spool. Okay, here's 2. 1 is right next to it. That's nice. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look up that unique Night Rampager. Here you go. Armies of Chaos. Chaos Knights. Oh gosh, my window got blown all the way open again. Knight Despoiler. Full Chainsword. Wait, was it? Oh, it was the Despoiler. Yeah. Actually, no, the easiest way to do this, filter, expert kits, view assault. Yeah, you just go for normal Questoris Knights. So this is the only unique one. So it's got unique armor paneling. Interesting. Do you think we're going to eventually release a plastic upgrade kit for it then? We can already just build the Despoiler, can't you? Yeah, you got 2 Night Defilers. A big old cannon here, a big old chainsaw. Yeah, it comes with it, all of those bits. It's just for paint scheme you give it in the end. Interesting. What about this one? What comes in this kit? You got a big old thermal cannon here. Wait, so this thing could also be built as a Defiler if you wanted to. I think it's definitely got the parts to build at least one version of a Defiler. So, the all plastic one is just the Imp Kit painted Chaos. The Ruinator one is the Chaos patterns. But notice you don't have a back weapon. Maybe, let's look. One hundred and 46 plastic components. Two 137. Okay, yeah, so it does have significantly less components in it. Does it show us a spruce here? It doesn't. Ah. Yeah, you don't get a back weapon on it. It looks like. It's only got the resin pieces it's showing you here. The chainsaw is completely unique, but the battle cannon is plastic, and the thermal cannon is plastic. And it's got the second part of that. I don't know the Night Sprue well enough to say what pieces it definitely would be missing and what piece it definitely would be having. The cannons are plastic, but the shroud is resin, yeah. Four and 3. It's a very weird model, this Ruinator then. Gosh, this is difficult to get off the sprue. There we go. I wonder if one day... I feel like one day they're going to make all of it... I actually thought they would make all of the resin plastic. But they have so far done a bunch of weird stuff, to be honest. Like, instead of giving us the Questoris Knights in plastic, they've just been like, okay, here you go. Here's a Knight Defender. You know? He is a Knight Defender. He is a Decimator. So maybe we just don't have much interest in turning them into plastic. Which means maybe we won't have much interest creating a proper plastic Decimator. But it would be fun to get, you know, another unique chaosy sprue going on. Ruinator kit is Ruinator, Defiler, Abundant and Rampager. They all have weird chest plate that looks like a ribcage, plate armor, yeah. It would be fun if they made the Desecrator plastic kit, removed like all of the Imperial Knight bits from the sprue, put in the Desecrator bits, and then added another sprue for like another Knight. But that being said, it feels like do the Chaos need another Knight, though? That's a big question. Because I don't think they do. They've got a lot of Knight choices, and the big difference between Imperial Knights is while technically the Imperium has like more Questoris Knight choices, in reality they don't, because, you know, you can just build for Questoris in multiple different ways. Where it's like the Crusader can only be built in 2 ways. So, I wonder if the Defiler kit has a second weapon. Sprue for the arm weapons, since you can double up the cannons for a Defiler. So if you wanted double RFBC or Evil Laugh double... I don't think it will have double. I think it's more likely to have... Sorry, I'm just a bit distracted right now. There you go, it goes like that. What do I think it will have? I think it only has one of each of the cannons. So if you want double, you have to buy 2 kits and build one with double thermal cannon, one with double battle cannon. That's usually how they do those types of things anyway. Okay, so 9 is 9 and 10 and 12 and 11. Okay. 9 and 10 are here. Oh, that's 12. Where's 11? There it is. Okay, it's very nice how they do these things. Like, that was 1 leg. This is another leg. Definitely fitting all these bits neatly together. Oh wait, so 5. That's 7. Oh no, that is 7. Never mind. So there's now a wire that wants to go under here. And... under there and... Okay, so wire has a bit like, you know, the Decimator does. Not the Decimator, what am I saying? Destria, sorry. Where it goes... like, there's a lot of wiggle room, so if you did want to move the legs around, you can do. I'm going to build the legs just as it wants me to. Because I want it to be as balanced as possible for when we're creating the arms. And if we build it how it wants, then we're more likely to get balanced legs. So there we go. So anyway, we want 10, 9, and 11, 12. For now. But yeah, you can't do that with Imperial Knights. You can't just make a double thermal knight if you wanted to. There's no option for that, which is sad. If you want a fully ranged thermal knight, then you have to go thermal cannon and a Fendra Gatling cannon, whatever it's called, with a Crusader, I believe. Then is it the Knight Errant that can have a thermal cannon, and it can either have a claw or a chainsword? Or is a Knight Errant the entirely melee one? What I want them to do is release a
Which double weapon system do you think is more silly? Double thermal, double RFBC and stubber, double Gatling and flamer?
The silliest one would be for double Gatling. Partly because I think it's just like literally the weakest of them all. And has the least utility. Like the battle cannon is still a strength 10 weapon, I believe. So it can still punch into tanks pretty well if we really wanted it to. The Gatling cannon, though, it can't really punch up, it can only punch down. It can punch down relatively well, but it'd definitely be the silliest in terms of, yeah, you should not do this. Because it's just not going to work out very well for you. I think double thermal though is the strongest because the thermal cannon is just really, really good. Like, it's just insanely good. Because it doesn't have blast on it as well. Like, it's D3 shots plus blast or something like that. Or am I thinking of a different weapon? I know it's ridiculous for destroying vehicles. Knight's weakness, hard with good OC. Double Gat and Flamer. Defiler does not care for your insolence. Yeah. The only issue is if you're not going up against a horde, it can't really... It's not going to do very well for you. Like, if you went up against Imperial Knights and they're just like... I mean, I guess if they threw armor just at you, but... Chaos Knights is the armature ones that they use for War Dogs. The Imperial Knights can play without armatures because the armatures just quite frankly aren't as good. They don't have as much utility as like the Chaos War Dogs do. Especially now you got Fedestria. It's like, yeah, you have the entire bondsman abilities and stuff, but to be quite frank, you can just completely ignore the bondsman for Imperial Knights and still do relatively well. Like, a lot of people just play ignoring the bondsman to be straight up. But you're right, Thermal is probably better, and yes, Errant is a thermal melee version, yeah. For Battle Cannon, I'd say is pretty decent in terms of like, if you just want all around just roll an insane amount of dice, I guess. Because you're going to first have to roll dice for how many shots you're even going to get. I'm trying to go off from memory here. So, I could very well be wrong. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Yay! Wires! Beatsies! Okay. New recruit. Astromilitarum versus Tyranids in the prismatic galleries. The Tesseract faults. Oh. Anyway. Knights. Crusader over here. So the rapid fire battle cannon. D6 plus 3 attacks. And it comes with a heavy stubber, I forgot about that. Yeah, 6 attacks. Oh, at minus 1 AP. Ooh. It's damage 3. It's strength 10. Its low AP does mean it will struggle to get through tanks, but being strength 10, getting a lot of shots. D6 plus 3 plus D6 plus 3. That's an average 13 shots into a tank at strength 10 and damage 3. Means that you can still do a lot of damage. Against something like a Redemptor Dreadnought, you're getting 13 attacks, roughly 9 hits, wounds on 3s. No, 4, sorry. Looking at about 4.5, 3 plus armor save. So you're looking at 1.5 times 3. You're looking at about 4.5 damage on average, which is not a bad amount of damage to put into a tank on a single round of shooting. Yeah, minus 1 AP means something again. With 11. Thermal cannon throw 2d3 attacks and blast. Yeah, so thermal cannon is just straight up back to strength 12 AP minus 4. Damage d6, 24-inch range. It's getting 2d3, so that's on average 4 attacks, so it can hit really well into tanks. But it's like the... Let's say you're up against Space Marines, your most common foe. A rapid firing battle cannon at half range. I mean, it's pretty much always going to be in rapid fire range at 36-inch rapid fire. So you're getting, on average, 13 plus 2 Gush of Blast. So that's 15 attacks, hits on 3s, 10 hits. Strength 10, wounds on 2, so about 8. Minus 1 to your armor save, 4 plus. You're looking at 4 wounds. You're looking at 4 kills. Thermal cannon, getting 4, 6 shots, hits on 3s, 4 wounds on 2s. Less than 3.5. Save and 6, no save. So D6 damage, meaning 1 in 6 chance you're not going to kill on each shot. So you're looking at about 3 kills anyway with this. So that's 1 nest kill from the battle cannon is getting. I mean, you got them for stubber itself, which is potentially like another 6 shots then. Get some 3s, 4s. Which is another wound. But then how well will this do against the tank at D6 inches at over 12-inch range? Everyone gets cover, but at least when you hit more, you're more likely to do damage. Yeah, that is cool actually. This edition just seems to be the addition of no AP. Yeah. Although it has also made making cover, like ignore cover, quite strong. Like that's one of the things about the new... Oh, what are they called? The Hastari, not Lancers. What are they called? The Hastari with the neutron lasers. They are... Because they ignore cover on vehicles, their minus 3 AP is actually really strong. Because most vehicles always get cover. But 24-inch range. Against a vehicle... Against that Dreadnought we had before. You get an average 4 attacks, hits and freeze. That's 2 1/3. 2 2/3, sorry. Wounds on freeze. 2 2/3 goes down to what's it called? Just less than 2. And then -4 AP, 6 is that's about 1/3 again. About 1.5 times 3.5 damage. 5.25 damage. So actually, yeah. At over 12 inches range, the thermal cannon isn't doing us that much more damage on average than the battle cannon is. That being said, it's not very hard for a knight to get within 12-inch range of you because they do move quickly.
The thought occurs. Lehman Eradicator with a Nova, special ability of if has cover, -1 damage. What happens when you ignore cover?
You still have -1 AP, I believe. -1 damage, sorry. And I guess we can check what ignore cover does. It cannot have a benefit of cover against the attack. So the eradicate. Oh yeah, so if it says specifically you have to have a benefit of cover, then probably. Where's the eradicator? Lemon was eradicator. Do. I just added it to the list. Okay, yeah, you don't subtract 1 from the damage because it has specifically says benefit of cover. So yeah, when you got ignore cover, weapons will ignore your subtract 1 damage. So that means if 2 eradicators fight one another, they'll be ignoring damage on one another. That's hilarious. It was worded differently, then yeah, you could have it. What is the Gatling like, though? How strong is the Gatling? Because I might be wrong about the Gatling. It's not one to think about much. 18 attacks at strength 6, AP -2 damage. So going into the same Dreadnought that we had earlier. It's only strength 6. That means toughness 12 enemies. Like, how tough is a knight? It's toughness 11, isn't it? Yeah. There's not a lot of toughness 12 enemies, but they're definitely toughness 12. You get 18 attacks. And the heavy flame is only a normal heavy flame. It's not even twin linked, is it? Yeah, just normal. Yeah. So 80 attacks, 12 hits on average, wounds on 5s. You're looking at 4 successful wounds. -2 AP, actually. I thought it was only like -1 on none. So you're down to 4+. Actually, you are doing 4 damage, which is less than the Gatling cannon. But you know, not surprisingly, not for Gatling cannon, for rapid fire battle cannon. The battle cannon does have much better range. But into a bunch of Space Marines, then you're getting 12 hits, wounds on freeze this time, so on average 8. Down to a 5+ save. You're looking about 5 successful kills. Which, how much did the battle cannon get on average? Was it 4.5? And then it became 5. But let's look. So once again, 15 on average attacks. Which results in 10 hitting. Wounds on 2s, which results in 8. Which down to a 4+ save, you're down to 5. You're down to 4, sorry. Yeah. Just over 4. Now it'd be better into Terminators, I guess. Maybe. Oh, yeah. So arguably all of them could be decent. Like, the rapid fire battle cannon is doing, with a heavy stubber, is doing slightly worse into Marines than the Avenger Gatling cannon. But doing slightly better into tanks than the Gatling cannon. And it's doing slightly worse into tanks at over 12 inches than the thermal cannon. But slightly better into Marines than the thermal cannon. So it's 3 versus 4 versus 5 for how many Marines they kill. And it's 4 versus 4.5 versus 5 for how much damage you put into it. Into a tank. But again, the thermal cannon has the advantage of it. You increase that damage to about 17 once you... Well, not 17. To about 14 once you're actually within half range. Which is 12 inches, but it's not very hard for a type or knight to get within 12 inches with that movement of 10. So arguably, all of them are just going to behave very similarly to one another. And in addition, the extra range that the Gatling cannon has over thermal cannon will mean that it's able to pump out its damage more reliably. Because, you know, it's got better range. $17 and $18. 18 versus 19, 20. Okay, first 17 and 18. I guess really it is seriously just pick your poison. mean, if you're going up against, I guess, orcs would be a good idea of a horde army. They might have to go up against one that's good at scoring OC. What I'm hearing is RFBC Crusader's best version of a Crusader because it's able to play its range easier. Potentially. But I mean, it depends what you're wanting it. If you're liking anti-tank, then the thermal cannon's the best. If you're not liking anti-tank, then you can argue that the battle cannon is going to be better. All ultimately just similar. Hello, Sir Honey Rose. How you doing? Play its range easier, I guess. We're talking about which is the best Imperial Knight or Chaos Knight. I mean, when it comes to the Crusader, you're always going to have that Avenger Gatling Cannon and the Heavy Flamer. They're always going to have an option for 36-inch range up to. I'm great, but did you see anything new? Yeah, you said yesterday. You called Sir Draco Honeyrose. Oops, that was piece 27 I took out. Oh no. No wonder the two didn't want to go together. Yes, the Draco Honeyrose with a new profile pic. So how are you doing? I'm doing okay. We're slowly building this Defiler, having lots of distractions as we go. But we've made good progress so far. That moves. Does this bit move? It does. Ooh, nice. And this bit, oh, it does. Ooh, the excluder cannons still move around. And we got 2 of the legs done and a little tail. The legs do feel a bit small next to this massive body, which compared to the old Defiler, the body felt small next to its massive legs. There we go. Every like on this stream is another prayer to the dark gods! Roar! What would be the best version exactly?
Sir Rose of Draco Honey, Sir Honey of Draco Rose, Sir Draco of Rose Honey.
Sir Draco of Rose Honey. Rose Honey. Look at this. No! Is that meant to go there? Let me look. Oh, it's meant to go in the other. Oops. Wrong hole. Meant to go over here. Like that. That makes more sense. Okay. And then we want piece 23 into it. Wait, 23? Not 21? Oh no, it is piece 23, never mind. Screen keeps lagging, does it? It doesn't show that I'm losing many frames. So I shouldn't be lagging. Stuck in the wrong hole. Happens to the best of us. It's true. There we go. There we go. Nice. Can it stand? It can almost stand. It can almost stand on into its own way. Okay, just one more leg. And then we got the front claws. If the stream keeps lagging for you, I advise just reload the webpage. If it's lagging for everybody else, please tell me. I'll try seeing what I can do about it. There we go. Move this to here, clip this to there. Another little claw. And then we just got to put the armor pieces. Oh my gosh, trying to paint around for armor pieces will be hell, I just realised. Soul Grinder still looks cool, but still needs to get a version. It's so big you notice it's an older model, while the troops are small enough to get away with it. Some of the troops also aren't too bad, like the Juggernauts are amazing models. The latest version of a Juggernaut is basically just the exact same as the old version. Like, do you know, the new thing? The Bloodletters are showing the age a little bit, especially with how annoying they are to make. I think the other model, out of all of the models, the demon ones, the Sentient ones feel the least of their age. Like, they're just as old as the other demon ones. But they're just so much... I think it's because he got a lot more character to them in a way. A lot more going on. Okay, there we go. Just the wires to do next. Like, I still love all of the... especially things like the Screamer and the Flamers and stuff. They're amazing. The Slaanesh ones I feel show for age the most after the Bloodletters. BRB. Enjoy your food! There's so many spare bits for chain casting for Chariot's Route. If it gave you enough bodies, you could make like 4 of them. That's cool. Just get a bit of green stuff and just roll it into a new body and just stick the limbs and heads onto it. Okay, there we go. We got all of the legs done. It wants those bits on. What it really wants now is this stuff. I want to check, is the bottom of these tactical rocks hollow enough that I can stick a strong magnet into it? No, it's not. And I guess I could just have it stuck to the base. Cool thing about the knights is while they're on a big base, you can just magnetize them to the base really easily since they got hollow feet. And there's a big gap under the foot anyway. I mean, I could get some of the small magnets into there, I guess. But can I stack 2 of them in? Or will I really have to drill it? No, it's not. It's only thick enough for 1. Not even 1, to be honest. I have to try drilling it out. Ugh. Hoping this would be easier. But now we've got these guys, I think it's time to make the other limbs. Go back. Okay, 65 and 66. Yeah. Okay. Well, that means I'm gonna need to get spare corn bits off a corn berserker. I don't have a spare backpack for him. His backpack kind of fallen off. That's fine. Yeah. Big old claw. Oh wait, with the way this goes, never mind. I was gonna say it blocks it coming off the claws, but no, there's a big old gap there. This can easily... I might need a bit of green stuff just to help hold it in place. Then we can get for other claw boat.
I don't need no stinking backpack. My fury is more than enough to power my armor. Just call me the Doomslayer.
Says the guy who's going to be getting torn to pieces by Defiler. Actually, I think I might have a spare Chaos backpack somewhere. I'll have to go through my bits box. So, rocket launcher and last cannon. I think it's basically finished. This is actually a much easier and nicer build than I was expecting. I was expecting this to be a, you know, super... That's why I did a long stream today on it. I was expecting it to be a super long build. But we've been able to get distracted and, you know, still push really far into it. Alright, we'll call it a draw. Still getting torn to pieces. Put off the nubbin. There we go. There we go. Then I need a little prongs underneath. realise having both of them hold on at the same time is going to be hellish to glue it all together. Thankfully, some of the pieces hold together really well without glue, so I can just get them to hold the shape. Okay. There we go. Go on to that. Then go on to this. Nope. There we go. And then one more claw goes here. Ooh. Look how vicious that crab claw is. It's become crab! The model that was once scorpion is now crab. Okay, that's not the Blitz box I want. This is the bit.
I saw somebody say that 3D printing was modeling for advantage. Yes, the comments crucified them, but I feel not basing this is correct.
Wait, 3D printing was modeling for advantage. There are a few issues I do actually have with people who do 3D print everything. One is the amount of times I've heard of someone, 3D printing a bunch of models, not properly curing them, not painting them, and then taking them to a shop to play because, they like the new meta. That's just putting, that's like reckless and dangerous. That's my main issue with the 3D printing. And that's pretty much the only issue. And you do get sometimes people deciding to proxy their entire army with 3D prints, and none of them are, that close to the actual model, so you're just having to completely guess what they're having all of the time. But you get that anyway with people. So that's not specifically just 3D printing, because you're going to get people you got lots of people who buy Wargame Atlantic models. And it's just the entire army, it's just all proxies. It's okay. But yeah, other than that, generally, unless you're actively trying to 3D print something to be of the wrong size, so it's smaller than it's actually meant to be, or it's in a squatting pose that otherwise you wouldn't be able to make, and once again, making it smaller than it should be. But yeah, this not being a... Yeah, this base is absolutely massive. It doesn't even need to be this massive of a base. I feel like you could fit it onto an oval base, I guess. I feel like they could have just made the legs less wide and put it onto a smaller base, so it takes up less room. But they didn't. Okay, unfortunately my Xeno split spots, which is where I ended up putting all my Chaos models, well, my Corn Berserkery for spare bits. It's unfortunately very full. Yeah, I've got various corn bits here. Oh, there we go, a backpack. That's pretty cool. Okay, we just need a head and a couple of arms. And I should have more than enough in here. Bit of a juggernaut head. Plasma pistol? If I can afford using a plasma pistol, that would be good. Cow legs. Hello, Seredwin! Why did you turn me into a cat immediately? As they say, leave it baseless and have its footprint be described by its legs. That seems more logical. I guess so. Oh, shoulder pads. Yeah, we need a shoulder pads. There's a conic shoulder pad. That's a Gene Stealer head. Well, Gene Stealer cultist. That's a Tyranid head. That's a photon helmet thing. That's a Garmonger head. Garmonger arm. Photon arm. Tau pistol. The Tau pistols have such weird designs. Hello, Dr. Smilex. How you doing? Cause it's funny. It's not funny turning me into a cat. Seredwin. So mean. Arc arms. Cow arm. Little swordy Eldor sword. Warmonger bit. You're doing well. Yay! You're a bit late for the demon engine. Do you want to see it so far? Demon engine. Oh wait, the light's not on. Demon engine. We're currently looking for pieces of Corn Berserkers because I've got a Corn Berserker torso that I want to be like being torn up. Ooh, here we go. Corn Berserker arm here, unarmored, with a bolt pistol. That's good. Not found any heads. We found one shoulder pad so far. The second shoulder pad will, in theory, be best to be one of those weird shoulder pads they have, where it's just like a rounded plate rather than a full-on pauldron.
Puff word of the day.
Hi, French
Upgrade.
Puff.
I made my mentor LA thing better with a stronger rope. I call it the Raklabonka.
Your meteor hammer. Oh, Raklabonka. Nice. Have a Defiler have a little fiend on its blade for a friend? It's having a little, you know, friend in a way. One that, you know, is being torn to pieces. I don't have like a little friend to give it though, like a little model to put on its face. Oh, is this a Corn Berserker head? And that's an Orc head. What's this? Is that a Corn head? No, that's a Graphis head of all things. Orc heads. Yeah, this is surprisingly hard to find. Bippity boppity. Where once there was one, now there are two.
Bippity, boppity, boo. Where once there was one, now there is two.
Wait, what you talk about there's no two? Rope can't whip in the traditional way, but you can drag it on the target like a saw. And the knots of the rope will hit the target. Perfect for cutting leaves. Nice, 2 Cuptles. Oh yeah, there's 2 Cuptles. Thank you. That's another photon head. That's some Eldar heads and Gene Stealer heads. Or Gene Stealer cultists. I think Gene Stealer cultists have been for one faction I've been kind of disappointed by when I've got the models. And I was like, yeah, I don't care anymore. Every other faction, even if I didn't like them a lot before, grew on me after getting my hands on some models and reading the lore about them. The Gene Stealer lore's not too bad, I guess. It's okay. But I wasn't particularly excited while building the models. Or infused. Where's my other bit? Oh, there's a chainsaw. Okay, we got a chainsaw now. Now I'm just lacking one head and one shoulder pad. Like, I know for a load of spare Khorne Berserker heads. Come on. That's another orc head. Well, half an orc head. It's missing its lower jaw. Another orc head, more Gene Stealer cult heads, more Eldari heads. And Tau head. Oh, here we go now. That's a Khorne Berserker unhelmeted head. And now just one shoulder pad. I know there's a bunch of spare shoulder pads. Of different forms. I don't necessarily need the shoulder pad. That's another Chaosy Plasma Pistol. I was talking about cutting leaves and I just got an ad for a branch cutter. My hands are really dry right now and cracked and itchy and I can't put any cream on them because I run out. Oh no, you got eczema! That's why I wear gloves and stuff. Well, not these gloves. Why I wear these gloves. Oh, hope your hands get better. Oh, this guy's screaming. Yeah, okay, I'm going for the screaming helmet instead. Or the screaming head. Okay, now shoulder pad, shoulder pad, shoulder pad. Ba-dum, bum, bum. There we go, shoulder pad. That's what I was talking about. Is apparently caused by bacteria, and I hate that rash. My lips have this weird rash that hurts a lot. I have cream, but the rash wants to be William Afton. Oh, I get impetigo sometimes, which is like a mouth rash around your lips. Used to get it a lot when I was a kid. I got a rash on my leg that I've got cream for, but it's not wanting to go away. My goodness, it's been there for ages. There we go. Okay, so that's a bowl. Let's cut off this little chunk then so we can attach the main body to it. Yeah. Fell off. I know it's a pretty heavy backpack, I guess. With that Primaris skull on it. If you want to put the arms up so, you know, it's got something else to grab hold of. Head pat for Puff. I was bullied because of that rash. Yeah.
Capcom continues to be a little bundle of conditions. Reminds me of one of those humans clones the cat nun nurses kept in Doctor Who.
Oh no. What I could do, I could put a bit of green stuff so like one of the arms is just straight up being torn off. That could work. I am always a bundle of conditions though. There we go. Thanks. It literally just cut the arms right off it. Me and my friends joke that I have every condition from 8 to 9. What a way to make a living. Do 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 do. Have a little crunchy snack, yeah. Actually, that would be better. Maybe if I'm just gluing it together like normal. So all we want is this one holding on to like one of the legs. Not both of the legs, just one of them. Like do 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 na 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 na. And then we can twist it in here, just being held like this. Tyler's got a lovely crunchy snack. Tyler's just snacking on your friend over here. There we go. There we go. Okay, this guy is difficult to now reposition, but we'll glue these claws into place over here. And then glue him into these claws here. At least he'll be stuck like that. That's one less thing to have to worry about there.
Does the Tyrannid Haruspex have a marine in its kit for it to snack on, or am I just Mandela affecting that gus of art? Probably the latter.
I can't remember the Haruspex does. I don't think it does. The male scepter does. And the Psychophage kind of partly does. If you're wondering what I mean by kind of partly, it's got basically parts of marines in its mouth. The Haruspex, I don't believe so. I've built for Exocrine, but it was one of the first Tyrannid models, you know, we built ages ago, so... It could be wrong there. Oh gosh, there's a big bit of sprue attached to this backpack I never noticed. But yeah, the Myoceptor Toxicven does have an entire Terminator on its boot. It's a firstborn Terminator, but it does have an entire Terminator. I'm still wondering what I'm going to do with that Terminator. It doesn't have a back or anything, so it's going to have to be, like, sat down on a base. Yeah, let's go with... Where's my other clippers? These are tougher, so I can do... clips into here. Like that. Just make it all messy and terrible. And then, where's my green stuff? I won't be painting it Alpha Legion colours because my Defiler is a Night Lord Defiler, and my Night Lord Warband has a big thing with you know, the World Eater specifically. Or at least a specific World Eater. My World Eater Warband. I really hate them, so I'm going to be painting it my World Eater Warband colours. Because they're nemesis to one another. Hi, Bob the Innkeeper. It's definitely an art thing. I'm remembering art of it grasping a smurf in its grippy tongue. I thought it was part of a kit too. You could make it. You could make it. There's always more reasons to buy Space Marines. You know, the thing is that people really hate Space Marines to an extent that they'll buy Space Marines just to put them on the basis of models and as trophies. And then all they're doing is just making more sales of Space Marines, and people go, oh, we must really sell more Space Marines. Let's make more of them. But how do you know if they aren't Alfarias? Probably I don't. The Night Lords have mostly gone crazy with Corruption of Chaos at this point. And the World Eaters, you know, they're World Eaters. They are crazy. You buy Marines.
You buy Marines, Gus. You play Marines. I buy Marines so I can have my models rip them apart. We are not the same.
Thanks for the head pats. Yeah. Oh gosh, this is trying to turn green stuff into green stuff here, but it's just being yellow stuff. There we go. Mixing yellow and blue to make green. Do, 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 do. There we go. Chew it. There we go. Okay, it's becoming all green. I want it to become all goopy now. Okay, it's not quite green yet. It's still got blue swirls in it. So just crushing and crimping and crushing and crimping and bending and folding. Okay, there we go. It's done. What I want to do now is just stretch it and stretch it. And then stretch it. Get this stretch. Maybe Mod Podge would have been better. Not Mod Podge. Military putty. Now that one really dries in a weird way. It goes all crumbly when you're trying to use it. I don't like using it too much. You know, what we want is just go grab, grab. There we go. Just make tears in it. There's this long piece. There we go. Yeah. Make it nice and thin piece. Go all the way up to here and around and then poke it in. And get this other piece. My Alpha Legion is too far into the Chaos Hole. They get confused with being loyalists. Now that's what you get for being chaosy people. You know, you just get insanity. The entire point of my Night Lords is that they just got so corrupted into power struggles and stuff within the warband that they ultimately fell to chaos in attempts to, you know, win the power struggle. There we go. Let's just stabbity, stabbity, stab. Stretchity, stretchity, stretch. Stabbity, stabbity, stab. And scrape. Okay, let's put this back on now. There we go. That's me. There you go. So that goes there. Then this claw. This will go like. No, I need it folded in a little. Yeah, where did I get my PC?
Where did you get your PC?
I think I originally bought mine from PC Specialist, but since then it's been upgraded. It was a custom build from... Basically, I just bought it as a custom build. Was it laptop something or other? It's not a laptop, but it might have been a company called Laptop something. How do you paint bigger models? A big brush. Literally, I'll just use a bigger brush. There's two ways you can do it. One is airbrushing. That's what most people, I say most people, that's what a lot of people will do, especially if they need to paint a lot of big models. Others is spray cans. So just take whatever your main colour's going to be, find that in a primer spray, and just spray the entire thing in it. And maybe if you have a second major colour, what you do, like, if you're doing Alpha Legion, you might want to spray it with like a really dark turquoise colour, and then just do a spray from further away, just a very light one, in a brighter green colour. To get, you know, that sort of half colour effect. And that's also how you do like loads of models at the same time. But generally, it's literally just take one of the bigger brushes, do big areas. Then you just do the details bit by bit. If you've got a model with lots and lots of trim and you hate doing trim, but you've got a steady enough hand to be able to do like this. I have seen someone like paint word bearers by painting from lead belcher first. And then painting for inner panels and stuff, the correct colour. So you might want to just do like, if you want gold trim or silver trim on your models, just undercoat it silver and then paint the central bits. How big of a brush? It depends on the size of a model. I don't have my brushes next to me. But yeah, generally if this size brush is good enough. At least when you're doing like a tank and you got to do like loads of paneling and stuff. With something like this where it's got lots and lots of details and stuff, probably not for best. But again, you probably won't want to use a small layer brush for it. Oh darn it, that's at the wrong angle there. You're slowly going insane. Aren't we all? But what's driving you insane today? Long stops. Cuptle. Why is Cuptle driving you insane? What's wrong with him? He's my beautiful baby boy. He's like some loopy what? Loop Gatto? How do you make the smallest brush? Parts of a big brush can't fit. You use a smaller brush. If you've got like really small parts like recesses of models and you can't get a brush into them, what you generally want to do is try using something like contrast paints or inks to try and paint that area. Okay, it really does not want to stay stuck here. Oh no. So it can seep into those recesses areas. And you want it to be a darker colour so it just looks like shadow. But generally just like paint it. I advise generally painting a slightly darker colour than what you want. Because then you can just dry brush over it relatively easily. Oh no. Come on. Well, the reason to spray it a darker colour is that the spray can get into all of the recesses. So if you can't paint some part of it, it just looks like shadow. And I answered your questions and you turned me into a cat. So mean. I was so nice. Teaches me for being nice to people, I guess. Oh no, everything's just falling. Stop rolling around. Stop falling over. Oh gosh. Okay, you go here. And in like that. There we go. Hello, Officer Russell. How you doing? We're currently putting a World Eater on the base of our Defiler. No. There we go. Not for base, in the claws of our Defiler. You know, being ripped apart is very nice. I'm pretty sure this is what he wanted. He wanted a glorious death at the hands of a giant beast of the Night Lords. As Khan cares not whether blood flows, only that it flows. Okay, now we're just going to have to sit there with the Defiler. You know, sat back where the arms can rest.
You could say that this World Eater is getting defiled.
Oh, darn it, I forgot to put the shoulder pad on. Well, whatever. What I can do is I can damage the shoulder pad and put it on the ground. Underneath them. Okay, now what we need to do is see if we can get the wires for it fitting in. A World Eater's Defiler! I barely know her! Defile him? I barely know him! Okay, 71 and 62. Now 62. Do. That for me, yep, it is. So 71 wants to go on this side. Oh yeah, the wires fit perfectly. Or at least this one does. Nice. That's going to be another point where it actually holds onto the leg, which will be good. I'm just going to have to like glue that there. There we go. Crab people, crab people, crab people. Yeah! crab pineapple. People that are crabs. Crabs that are people. Crab people. Everything becomes crab. Do 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 do. Everything becomes crab. Do 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 do. Okay, do you think their arms are stable enough that I can now lower the body? Oh yeah! Look at this guy. He's having a little snack. A little friend. See, we put a little friend on his face, Dr. Smilex. He's got a little friend. Demon engines are cute when they are tearing fists. Dark Mechanicus Magus Gilbert. Yeah, demon engines are cute when they're tearing things up. You know, why wouldn't you want your demon engine to tear things up? That's what I want to know. Help all them bad guys. Because they are bad guys. Hey. Tactical rocks. Yeah. There we go. Bent in half. They come in all shapes and sizes. They do come in all shapes and sizes. Also, might as well just glue it to the base of this. Actually, no, there's no point gluing it to the base right now. Because otherwise, how am I going to paint underneath it? That would be hell. Okay, there's definitely no point gluing it to the base. Now I need to figure out how to magnetize it to the base. That's the big issue. The issue
This versicolad is having what can be, optimistically, described as a bad time.
Yeah, he's having a bad time. I was thinking about putting a magnet on the bottom, but there's too big of a gap there. Could put on these things, but they're not really that deep, these recesses on them. Unfortunately, if the claws are just tippy pointy tips. So you're not exactly going to get a magnet onto them. But I could glue them to another one of the spare tactical rocks, I guess. And then put the magnets underneath the tactical rocks. Okay, giant magnets that break the stream. 2 of them. Oh no. Darn it. Meter cup on Defiler. Hey, throw it over here. I need an engine fuel. No! Don't take my Defiler for fuel. Okay, can this giant... Okay, the giant magnets can fit underneath the base, underneath this tactical rock. There's a little bit of a gap, but they can fit. In theory, I could do the same with this with smaller magnets, but not really. Is there anything else we can do here? What else could have a magnet stuck underneath it? What I could do is I could just put a lump of green stuff on the bottom with a magnet in it. Oh, don't drop it onto its front legs like that. What I could do is I could create a green stuff thing underneath here. Hey, throw it over here and eat it. No, it's my demon engine snack. He's got a nice tasty He earned it all by himself, he did. He also be trying to put the demon engine in a bigger demon engine. There is always a bigger demon engine. No! No! Don't put my stuff in demon engines. Okay, what I'm thinking is I could create a tactical rock underneath one of these claws. That's got a big enough gap in it underneath it to fit another magnet. But I do have some tactical rocks actually from the old drop pod. Well, not from the old drop pod, from the new drop pods that we built a while ago. But for all of them are very, very flat with not much gap underneath for magnets. The issue is, I don't actually mind just straight up sticking a magnet to the Defiler, even if it's visible. But the issue with doing that is that the connection points are so tiny that super glue is just going to break. Like, if I try gluing it to this, you know, where's it going to glue properly? I could glue it. What's the gap? But no, because there's a
Oh my
massive
god,
gap.
hear me out. Mr. Pinchy, the titan we all deserve, with a Defiler as its face, with a demonette as its face.
So Defiler is sticking out of its body, and its demonette is sticking out the head of a Defiler. I guess so. I guess that could work. Okay, I don't want to use green stuff or something like that, though. I got military, but let's use the military putty for that, then. The milli put. 2-part epoxy. Unfortunately, it gets very, very crumbly, does military put. I need it big enough to create a tactical rock. Yeah, it's very crumbly by comparison. There you go. Okay, put this away. 2 magnets should be more than enough to stick it to the base and be able to take it off. Okay, this might be more than enough. Zoom in again. That's just Red Gobbo Santa Claus. It's a fractal image. Big claws, zoom in. Small claws, zoom in. Tiny claws. Zoom in again. Just Red Gobble Santa Claus. I guess so. Half Defiler face with half Demonette's face. The Defiler head is too big for that. Maybe a Keeper of Secrets could do that. Oh, a military putty. Okay, now I need to try figuring out how to make a hollow rock from military putty. But, you know, won't look terrible. Might be very, very difficult to do this. Might be easy, mind you. I imagine a lot of it might come down to painting. Let's use the end of our knife. You ever have a show where you've seen bits of episodes and you've seen like full episodes, but you've not watched it fully in its entirety before? And you've never really liked it and you've never really had a desire to watch it based on what you've seen of it? But as soon as you like decide to watch it properly, you're like, oh my gosh, I've been missing out. This is actually a really good show. I can see why people love it. Because Adventure Time is like that for me. Because so many of its episodes are just mid. And they're great when you've got the entire story of Adventure Time and you're fully immersed into it. But when they're by itself, it's like full of just like really bad characters too. Or like really annoying things like Lumpy Space Princess. And even Ice King to an extent. Oh gosh, I just broke the chain there, picking this guy up. Cupneus, Congar in Defiler. We're reaching, oh no, Marnius Kelgar, but Cupconified. Cupcon's face on a Defiler. And it's a small cupcake engine. True. Okay, now, that's what it looks like from the inside. Is that big enough for 2 magnets to stick in? No, so what we need to do is instead... There we go. So now I've set a recess into it where the magnets can go. And I'll let it have a little bit of a gap in there. So I want to push it in a bit further than it really needs to. Because even if there's a gap between the magnets, they should be strong enough. Well, I say they should be. They are strong enough to be able to easily overcome that gap. Okay, can it still fit there? Now I've just reshaped it. Okay, good. Yeah, punch that like that. Just really. Okay, no, it's not working. That's the shape we want. Keep the shape. Like that. Okay, now is that just an absolute mess of military putty there? Yes. But it's fine. I needed to keep that shape. I can build onto it later if I want to, but I needed to keep that shape so that it sits flat and so the magnets stay neatly within it. You can always just work it a little bit. Get some sharp angles worked into it. Oh, so once it's painted, if it's painted like a rock or something, it should be fine, to be honest. The Defiler. Cat tears on Defiler. No! Met her? Nah, never met her before. Now, how do I get the magnets out of here? Well, don't they really want to be stuck in there? Okay, never mind. They don't want to be stuck in there. And that should be good now. Very good. Very, very good. Okay, so we now know that 2 magnets can stick into here, 2 magnets can stick into there. That'll be fine. And we can always just cover in basing material as well to just really make it look like a hill if we want to. But now I can magnetize it to the base and take it off the base, which is going to be good because then I don't need the base and I can just more easily put models next to it inside a carrier case. But also it means that I can have it, you know, move around, use it, whatever, until it comes to actual painting, and then still paint underneath it easily. So there we go, we got that done. We need to get the 2 main weapon arms done. And what did I want? I wanted, I guess for the right arm, it wants to be a rocket launcher. No, a last cannon. And for the left arm, it wants to be a rocket launcher. Okay, so last cannon time. We want piece 20, 120, no, 129, 121, and 122. It's just these pieces. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Those 2 last cannons. Cool. So 128 and 127. 128 and 127. Because we're going for the missile launcher variant. Because the missile launcher is just such a cool weapon. Because it's stronger than the average missile launcher. It's strength 5, AP -1, 2d6 attacks for anti-infantry and blast. While its anti-tank is strength 10, AP -2, damage d6 +1. You gotta go now. Good night, Dr. Schmeilich. Bye-bye. Lots of love to you. Hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Herbal idea, easily distracted by last guns aimed at surfaces. Honestly, that would be a cool way for, you know, guardsmen trying to deal with something like a Defiler, in which different guardsmen will fire their last guns at it and, you know, around it, and it will get distracted by them. And it will just keep chasing down different guardsmen. And so the unit, like, spreads out through a city, or just, like, through a city block, and they're just, like, going down different alleyways. As soon as, like, one goes out of sight, another one starts shooting at the Defiler, and it chases after that one. They go out of sight. And it's just constantly chasing between two, like, this squad of guardsmen, catching a couple of them. But otherwise, and then eventually, like, a Vanquisher tank or something just takes it out, just shot straight to the head, and it just goes. Except then it gets back up, and the tank crew hurriedly gets another shot off. And then another. It shoots a super missile empowered by chaos. It does shoot a super missile. I actually think it's just because it's massive missiles. Hi, Night Parade. What else has... Oh yeah, the Ballista's Dreadnought has massive missiles as well. The Strength 10 ones. With the more... Does it actually have AP on the anti-infantry one? Either way, I do know it's Strength 10. And it gets 2 shots. I mean, this really is Chaos's answer to... As a Night... I just realised something. As a Nightclaw thing, wouldn't it be better to give it the Electro Scourge? Like, that would definitely feels like a Night Lord weapon, doesn't it? The Electro Scourge, it is. 139. 139. No, wait, is it 139? Or is it 129? 129. Okay, yeah, I thought it was 129. Like,
you must have done this. Have you ever introduced the kitty cat to the laser pointer? Have you experienced the unlimited joy?
I have done that before. We used to have a cat toy that, you know, fires a laser pointer, and the pointer, it like spins around with a laser. So the cats would chase it, but they got hold of it very quickly. They're like, yeah, we've played with it before. We don't care anymore. It's like, oh. They much prefer something they can actually physically hold on to and wrestle you with. At least in my experience with my kitty cat. Do I need more melee? I've got a Hellbrute. I've got a Venom Crawler. I've got 2 units of Havocs, one with Heavy Bolt and one with Last Cannons. The Last Cannons have sustained, the Nurgle sustained hits. Oh, darn it. The... Heavy Bolters have the lethal hits of Siege. Dun 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 dun. Na, 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 na. One four one, 142. Where does 141 go? One, two, three. Yes, where does 1, 2, 3? It's showing me 141 here. Let's turn off that light, sorry. Blinding you. 141 here. But then it's not telling me where it go. Oh, it's either or. Okay, it's an option. Either of them. Okay, okay, I get it. I get that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I want a wire. 1, 2, 3. Do 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 do. 1, 2, 3, go. Na 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 da 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 da. When we had the twins, Freddie and George, George would tear off after the laser while Freddie would observe his brother with utter contempt. And George passed Freddie, chased it even harder than George. Oh no. I do have 2 cats, and one of them loves to play all of the time. And she needs like unlimited attention. Other one, she does play, but she's like the older sister, or technically they're not even sisters. But she's the older of the 2. And she'll only play if her sister is nowhere to be seen. As soon as her sister sees, she should at least pretend that she's not playing anymore. She used to play more back when her actual sister... Well, her... Was it an actual sister? I can't remember. I actually don't think there were. I think there were more cousins. But she was like the younger of the 2. But as soon as she was like the older... As soon as she was the older sister, she's like, I can't play. I can't play. If I'm playing, I lose my respect as the older sister, it feels like. But she also gets really stressed out, and I think it's because she doesn't spend enough energy. She was very ill at a young age, so I think that's part of it. But yeah, okay, 1, 4, 3, 1, 4, 2. My baby don't do before silly cat. Look at how ridiculous you are. After I'ma get you, you slippery critter. Come here. Fur flies everywhere. Oh no. They sometimes do play together. But you know, they often. But yeah, for older ones, she pees everywhere if she gets like too stressed out or like too much nervous energy. And then she doesn't spend it because every time we try playing with her, as soon as the sound of playing occurs, her sister comes running in like, play! And it's like, no! We're trying to play with your sister and now you're here, she won't play anymore. We need to use that energy up somehow. Lurking. Hi, Oliver von Despier. You're lurking. You're working and lurking. Dropped. 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 Could you imagine if this could have 2 Electro Scourges? That would be absolutely insane. It definitely goes this way. There we go. Rocket launchers! How many rockets does it have? It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it just grows new rockets after it fires one. Which is unfair, to be honest. Is this it? Yeah, this is the last... Oh, no, wait, no. There's some more armor bits it wants, apparently. But it wants 144. Where is 144? Here it is. Yeah, these wires able just to go into the body and having this ball joint, it allows you to reposition the weapon as you see fit, and you can still have the wire on it. This is, honestly, this is the best wires. That and the Destria, the best wires I've ever had on a model. Like, I usually see wires on a model, I'm like, oh, I hate this. Why do we have wires? This one, nope. It's like a pleasure to use. There you go. Also, I snapped a piece off. I felt it break off. Oh, it's a wire. Unfortunately, if this is a model, we're trying to pick it up. There's just so many bits that can break on it. Like, I damaged the chain here. It's not fully connected anymore. Gonna have to glue that on. How's everyone doing? I'm doing well. The Calm Berserker in this model script is not doing so well. But, you know, that's fine. He's a Calm Berserker. He probably deserves it. For one good Calm Berserker in the universe. Honestly, Games Workshop would do something like that. You'll have a story that starts with, you know, like this Calm Berserker just getting absolutely demolished. And it's going to be like kind of cathartic. Except then the rest of the story starts if that like goes into the past of that Calm Berserker. And how it's like the one good guy trying to make change. And he almost makes change. But then gets killed by the very same people he's trying to save. That is Warhammer at its core. You know, it's meant to have 2 armored pieces now. And do you know where the armored pieces go? Here. And here. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to reach into there, to be honest. I don't need to. If it doesn't need to be... Oh, wait. Do they go there? I don't see it on the model example. Oh, yeah, they do. They do. Okay, if the Iron Warrior example has it, the Black Legion one doesn't. There's also little tiny horns and stuff in this and spikes. There's quite a few spare bits. Not sure how many of them are really usable. Okay, trying to get into there is a bit hellish. So I'm going to do instead, I'm going to work on... Do you think we'll ever see the introduction or reintroduction of Limited X, i.e. stuff that is currently one shot would be Limited 1? I don't think so. There are some equipment that has where you can have multiple one-shot weapons on it and they're just the same. It may be actually. Like every single thing where you can have like multiple one-shot weapons for each their own weapon and you can fire them all at once if you want to. But Leviathan Dreadnought currently has that. I mean, it's Legends, but it still has it. The Seeker missiles on some of the Tau stuff, like the Devilfish, it can have 2 of them. So I guess potentially, but I don't think so. It just makes the game, it just gives you more things to keep track of, and they don't want to be doing stuff like that. If I'm entirely honest, it's the more stuff you've got to keep track of, the harder it is. Especially when you got like wounds. So it's like, okay, if this green dice represents how many shots it's got left, the red dice represent how many wounds it's got left. I mean, I guess you do have some stuff as well in terms of like special abilities, in which you can have, usually a special ability is like once per battle, but sometimes you have token abilities where you can have multiple tokens, like the Dire Avengers, Aspect Warriors of the Eldar have some stuff like that. Where you can have more than one token on a big squad. As a result, it's got an ability that's limited by its number of tokens. And I think for a couple of other examples of abilities, some of them including damaging abilities, where you can use it, but you can only use it once per turn. But you've only got a number of uses equal to your number of tokens. But I guess there's no real reason to have a limited in when you've got tokens and stuff like that. I guess if you don't need T-latching ordnance, then you would put it at an angle and then turn it off to lock it in place. I think when it comes like everything that's not one shot, but you only see a limited number of things, is one, you got the animations where it sometimes shows that, you know, you got a rocket pod and then it loads a new rocket pod directly into it from inside. Like it's got a mechanism where one rocket goes out and then another rocket just goes back into place. They've had stuff like that before, like on the dreadnoughts and stuff. I can imagine with a lot of stuff, you just have like one of the crewmen reload it. If it doesn't have an auto-loading system. Okay, there we go. Some flayed flesh onto the model here. Let's just do some stretching of pieces. Unfortunately, it really doesn't want to stick. There we go. Do I get more green stuff and make more flayed flesh areas on it? Or do you think just one of them is enough to give it the suitably Night Lord aesthetic? But yeah, here is our Defiler in the end. Pretty nice. Much like KFC skins, the best bit. Nom nom nom, needs more herbs and spices.
Much like KFC, the skin's the best bit.
Sorry.
Nom 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 nom. Needs more herbs and spices.
Maybe some over the top. It would be difficult for big old spikes in the way, but I guess we could try to. Could put it over this paneling. Yeah, I could just put it all over all the really hard to paint areas where there's just way too many details. That could definitely work. I think maybe one of the back leg. And then... where else would I put it? Not on the main claws, because that would be hard to do. Oh gosh, this is still not glued in properly. Oh. It's difficult to get into the brush into here now. There we go. Yeah. Oh, now the glue just melted right through what little bonds were already
You're the
there.
Defiler.
You're a Defiler. Oh, so hi, Erland. To be fair, I don't know how to easy green stuff is to work with. It's not too bad. It's just trying to make the amount that you actually need for the project you're working on is the annoying bit. Okay, just hold it in place because this arm was very loose. Look at the World Eater we did though. He's got his big old screamy face. When it comes to making flayed skin, it's quite easy to work with. You just need to make it super, super flat and thin. And if it gets holes in it, that's fine because you know it's flayed skin. And then you just take something to just do those edge stretchy bits. Push it around to create some folds. World Eater his best friend. How is Cupcon? Okay, I'm getting a bit of a headache now. Might be the glue. Might be just working too long. Okay, we'll just leave this. We'll do some more green stuff in. I guess, where else can we put it? We could make some flayed. The issue is like the spikes get in the way up here. I guess I could stretch it out across the panel and just the panel. That might be okay. Unfortunately, the little strand of gore broke off here. One of them anyway. Now down there. World Eater is best chew toy. World Eater is best chew toy. There we go. Second piece of gauze back on. Might put some super glue on that just to strengthen it. Yeah, just strengthen all of that. Good. Now once it dries, it should hopefully be a lot stronger. Be more brittle, but yeah, unfortunately I just stuck the two strands together. That's fine. Okay, I think that's strong enough to hold itself in place. Okay, the Defiler's a pretty cool model though to put together. They're definitely learning a lot from their past issues they've had with these types of things. I'll just put this over to there. The giant base though is still way too massive, like, come on. It's fine, it looks even more gnarly with a second piece of gore looped back around. And as I type it, she fixed it. I'm sorry. Oh gosh. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we can do some more flesh on this thing, and then we can do some up here, I guess. I don't actually have that much flayed flesh on my Night Lords. I like to imagine they've just been so caught up in the power struggles, they've not had time to actually behave like Night Lords. Oh no. Okay, now I've got too much blue, so I need more yellow. And there's still yellow caught up in this blue here. That's just gonna dry into green stuff, which will make it lumpy in the future. Okay, I'm gonna have a lot more green stuff then than I originally planned for. Okay. Teaches me rip off the blue stuff first and then rip off the yellow stuff. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of work to get green stuff to, well, green stuff. Like, compared to the putty that we're familiar with. Although this is old green stuff. If you buy green stuff, it's best not to buy it in a single strip. Buy it in... because what happens, that where it connects on the strip, it will eventually solidify once it's opened up and unsealed. And then every time you're using green stuff, it'll just be tough and awful. Instead, buy it where you can get it in tubes. Like, some yellow, some blue. Much easier to work with then. This Defiler would definitely have flayed flesh. He's in the middle of a battle and is having a corn string. Like a cheese string, but a lot more thrashing about and screaming. Yeah. I might put it on like, I'm going to have a Forge Fiend and a Mauler Fiend in the end, so I might put it on them. I still got that blooming Demon Prince to build, which I've decided to make it a Demon Prince of Tzeentch. I was thinking maybe I'll do Slaanesh, but I was like, no, the Lord Discordant would definitely be a Slaanesh-y thing, wouldn't it? Okay, here we go. We got green stuff now. Okay, what you do, just take a chunk of green stuff, and you just pull it, and stretch it, and crush it, and crush it, and just keep crushing it. Trying to not let it stick to your fingers, just crush, 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 crush. And then once it's all nice and thin, this is also how you just do fabric like capes and stuff. But what you're doing then is you start not crushing it, but stretching it. So stretching it is one, how you get the tears in it and stuff. But also you just want it to feel like teared flesh. You don't stretch, stretching it is how it rips. Crushing it gets it nice and flat. Imagine yourself as a hydraulic press. Because that's all you are to green stuff. Now making a cape, what you want to do is you want to get it nice and thin and then effectively cut it out into a very nice shape. Like a rectangular shape. And you don't actually want it to be too thin. If you look at like the plastic models of capes and stuff, you realise the capes are quite thick. The thicker the green stuff, the easier it is to work with effectively. And the more forgiving it is. What we can do, we can take the knife. And we can just start using one end of it to just create folds, press it into the model. One thing is, working with green stuff, if you want it to work really well, Vaseline. Just put it on your tools, put it on your fingers. It won't stick to where you got the Vaseline. Just make sure you don't, whatever you want to stick it to, just don't have Vaseline there. Alternatively, if you don't want to use Vaseline, just have a cup of water. That you would use. Instead. To keep your tools and fingers relatively moist.
Finally, a use for the 55-gallon drum of lubricant.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's another piece. Let's put some holes into this though. That's fine. Now this is my first time trying to put flayed flesh over a model, so I'm probably not doing it the best or very well. But, you know, it's a learning experience for me. I don't want it to be too thick. Sometimes for green stuff, what you want to do, you want to get it into a rough shape. And then you want to just leave it a while to, you know, start drying. Not fully dry. And not be super dry either. You just want it dry enough that you can just... It's going to have some more resistance to it. Especially when it's like, if you got the shape of a cape already, you might want to just leave it as like a flat piece of just thick green stuff in, you know, your vaguely rectangular one bush shape, whatever you want to do. And then just leave it to dry so that when you do come to it, it won't stretch, it won't deform, but it will bend. And you can just bend it into shape then. And add all of the... What do they call it? The waves into it. And the folds. Without it like sticking to itself. But the key really to working with green stuff is something I generally don't have for it. It's having time and patience. Patience is just one of the things. The other is literally just time. Like, as I said, you want to wait for it to dry to gain a level of resistance. Okay, this just seems more like growing flesh on it rather than blade skin. Well, that's maybe fine. You know, it's a demon engine. Hello! Reese. How you doing, Reese? This is pretty nice. Looking like this. Do I want to put it over? I could put it over the... Nah. Maybe over on this thing. I don't have much green stuff on this side. We could put flayed flesh over the last cannon. We're making a Night Lordy Defiler. So putting flayed flesh on it. And we've got a combo shotgun in its hand. We've also made an additional tactical rock so we can magnetize it to a giant pizza that is its base. I've made the shooty version because, you know, the melee version will never see melee. Just get charge blocked. Because all the opponent has to do is just spread around a terrain piece. Or spread between two terrain pieces. And that way you just can't get your base into a position without being on top of some terrain on top of another model. And until they change rules to allow you to end your turn partly on top of it.
It's the return of the pipe plate, with a vengeance.
Yeah, this time it's not to explode people. It's to make your Defiler useless. I just don't think it's as big as a pie plate, to be honest. Although maybe it is. The tear there was accidental. There was not enough green stuff to fill it in, but I can try to fill it in. This big green stuff. And the attempt to fill it in actually looks pretty cool. So I'll leave that there.
Guys, I did it. I made an oil bread cannon. Like, for real, a cannon that can shoot bread, or anything in a cylindrical shape.
Yay! I'm glad you're having fun, French Puff. The large one in Titanicus is 5 inches, so it's somewhere in the middle. Oh. I think you had 3 blast templates. You had the large blast template, that's 5 inches. The small blast template, that's about 2.5 inches. And then the big one, that's 8 inches, I believe. Almost destroyed some minis. And my glasses. Yeah, I mean, the base is still a bit big for him. I think they could have probably fit him on a smaller base and just had a bit of overhang. But whatever. I say him, though. Actually, Defilers aren't Marines, so it could be... They don't really have gender for demons, do they? I know some demons do, you know, like choose to have a gender. Oh wait, that's not the way it goes on. It goes on this way. Oops. Yeah, it goes there. Yeet. And does that still fit for 2 magnets in it? Good. Good, good. When this dries, it's like stone. Green stuff feels kind of like plastic, and there's a bit of flexibility to it once it dries. But milliput, it's like stone. It's got no flexibility. If they do bend it, it will just snap and break and crumble. 3 inches is small, 5 inches is large, 8 inches is massive. Possibly I could be off by about 2 inches, which, as discussed earlier, can mean a lot. Yeah! Actually, I do think I still have those blast templates somewhere from one of the kits. Because I think Horus Heresy does or used to use the apocalyptic blast templates and stuff. An Inferno cannon. Oh yeah, the Inferno cannon was absolutely immense. Back when you had the Flamestorm cannon for the... Back when you had the giant flamer template. Like, it's like, and I'm just gonna, you know, cover half of the table in a flame template. That starts at my own gun. And then you had those ones that could shoot the flamer 12 template. So you could put the point of the small point of a template up to like 12 inches away from your model. And then the other end, you know, has to be even further away, but it can be at pretty much any angle. Just not closer than the small point. But here we go. Now we just have to wait for all of this to dry. So, it's a cool model in the end. I think definitely for the Night Lords, the Word Bearer one does feel the most fitting head. Really fun to convert. All of the legs can be modified very easily. Similar to the Destria, where you can just cut off a little nubbin. You can just cut off a little nubbin on these and just change the angle of any of the legs. There's also a bigger nubbin that goes into these holes, allowing you to again change what direction it wants to there. We just built the legs as it told us to because I wanted a nice thing and I want to use the tactical rocks. But yeah, it's really customizable, and the weapons can be pretty much any angle you want with that ball joint. The wires have a ball joint to just go into the model, allowing them to move freely. This thing is not glued. It can come off. There you go. And it can just click back on. It can just click back in. Oh. Yeah, it was easier earlier. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so And there's a second chest piece here, this piece, and the battle cannon. So you don't even need magnets. You can just pull this off and then put on the battle cannon if you wanted to. The arms can easily magnetize pretty easily. So if you don't want if you want to change this for the last cannon, what you could easily do is just replace the two little nubs with magnets, put some magnets in here, and then just pull this off, and just put the archer cannons on instead. In fact, actually, you could just not glue it on. The nubbins are definitely enough room where you could just pull it off, put a different weapon in, and it would fit. So yeah, it's a really nice model, really nice kit. Let's compare it actually in size to the knights. That's a good idea. So, for smallest knight, for armature, honestly, surprisingly similar in size. Well, that's because the armatures are surprisingly big for being the smallest knight. I mean, obviously, template, base size difference. In terms of height, though, it's a bit taller with its spikes and stuff. In terms of, you know, giant scale, it's bigger. No. Compared to the Questoris, it is much smaller. How big are these compared to knights? That's what we're checking. That's what we're checking. Okay, I have to be careful because I forgot I had a bunch of green stuff there. Yeah, next to the Questoris Crusader, significantly smaller. Hello, Briar. You're not raiding, are you? How are you doing? In terms of... Very hard to get. Let me see. Can I zoom out? Ow. My elbow. Okay, there we go. We got both of them down. So yeah, you can see the Questoris Knight is... So I just got this bit of stuff here. It's significantly bigger. No, you're just here. Okay. Okay, no, actually, it's not quite as wide as the oval basis. It's a little bit not as wide, but other than that, the giant area it has just means it's so much. I guess you don't need to worry about pivoting, though. I'm surprised the flamer weapons don't have blast. You'd think a flame would hit many times. I think there's one flamer weapon that does have blast. In terms of height, it's not actually that much smaller, to be honest. Especially with all of its exhausts. I can definitely see how this would tear apart a knight. Oh, it's a hi, Briar. Hi, Briar. Is that a chain? Yeah, this is a chain on it. And it's got a little chain here as well. I actually ran out of chains. I want to put a chain around this weapon. And I've got one more knight I want to put chains on. And I want to put it on all my vehicle, my Black Templar vehicles. But yeah. This guy is... Oh gosh, I accidentally just knocked this guy off his magnets. There you go. Yeah, this guy's magnetized to his base, if you want to know. He's just got a magnet here. What donk? He's also got a magnet back here. And yes, that's military putty. Oh gosh, his foot does not want to move. That's because it actually touches this magnet here. It doesn't actually touch. It's a bit weaker. Time to raid Grandma cabin. Raid Gammoth's cabin for chains, a Black Templars. No, just take, like, get the cheap chains. First, I think Blast should be able to be fired into Colour's Quarter combat, but if you do, everyone... there are actually rules of firing into close quarter combat, and the rule is every single miss hits your unit. It's not just every one, it's every single miss. I think Skaven used to have a rule where they could fire into melee, and every one to hit one of their friends, but not, yeah. The last rules I read, like official 40k rules that allow you to fire into combat, it's every single miss hits one of your units. I think the reason flamers aren't is because they already automatically hit and already get randomized hits. So, I mean, flamers used to be terrible against small units because you gained a number of hits equal to how many models you fully covered, and then for those you partially covered, you rolled the dice, and on a 4+ you hit them. So against Horde, you could hit loads and loads of models, but against like something where there's only one model, you only got one hit. Now you get the same number of hits wherever you fire into. That's why you don't have Blast. So yeah, so I mean, I can definitely see why it's a lot cheaper of a model anyway. Also, this looks like it's going to be hell to paint. Like, look at just how many tiny parts are on this model. Oh no. Like, where's the paint scheme here? How do they do? I'm so much trim. Like, look at this guy. He's got so much trim. Plasma stuff. The ultramarine head up there. All the fleshy bits, all of the wires, the parts of the wires are ripped. Oh gosh, loads of spikes, loads of trim. Pistons. Now what they did here, it does seem that a lot of it, they just went for basic colour. So they didn't change the colours too much on things, like the spikes. Oh no, the spikes on this, you can't actually tell too well on the camera, but that's actually gold, the spikes there. So yeah, actually no, they didn't. They did go into... There's even a hazard stripe wire over there. What the heck? How did they do the Iron Warriors one? Did they go in with the same? Okay, they got coils under there that seem to be glowing. Okay, this one they went a lot simpler with, like, all the wires are just the same dark colour. Actually, no, the wires that don't have the coils are turquoise, actually. Like a dark turquoisey colour. And then the coily bits are iron coloured. And you got a bunch of wires. Yeah, this is going to be a hell to paint. Thankfully, I'm never going to paint it. You bought it yourself, now do the trim. Never! I hope one day GW will challenge one designer to add as much trim as possible to one model. They did that. It's called the Helldrake. Do you want to see what's often referred to? Oh! What is this? What? Trenches. Going over the top. I don't think many of them are surviving going over the top. Maybe they should have had like an artillery bombardment to pin the enemy down. Oh, this is one of the desperate actions taking place across the ravaged world of Armageddon. Oh, but it's in slow motion. I thought that was the same as the thing. New grot! He's got a little pistol, a little stab. He's got a little stab. Look, he's got a big old hand. And he's got a little stabber. Okay, okay, here we go. Here we go. Don't want to see the worst model. The worst model for trim. Are often considered one of the worst models for trim. And actually, you got quite a few of them. You got, look at all of this. You've got the Forge Fiend, Mauler Fiend, Forge Fiend, whatever. Which isn't too great. You have a Lord Discordant, which is a much smaller model, and has a lot of going on with it. Oh my goodness. Oh, where is the heck? Now, here we go. Here is the model with the ultimate trim. A beautiful, beautiful model you don't ever want to have to paint. Like, this is literally saying, hey, how much trim can we add to a model? Yes. Any more trim and there won't be any trim. It will just be trim. It'll just be blank slate. Like, look at it. They didn't have to add all these extra lines between every single wing and between every single panel, but they did.
He's got an absolutely massive stabbing stick for a grot. For everyone else, it's more of a thorn in the side.
Yeah. And true, true. Actually, it's not that big for a grot. But he's still got a stabber. And he's still got he's got a bolt pistol. He's got an absolutely massive hand, though. My goodness, dude. And that's the... Is that the Night Lord version, or is that the Cinchian version? It's got lightning, so I imagine Night Lords, but... Oh, gosh. And look at all the extra stuff they did between all the paneling, though. Oh. Oh my god, it's just a nightmare of trim. Honestly, it's not actually the worst model to paint if you just paint it in pieces. So you don't want to stick the wings together. You want to take each wing and then just dry brush over it to your colour. Yeah. It is an insane model. Oh. Eldrake 50% fat trim, now with 50% extra trim. Yeah, it's insane. I just find it hilarious that they decided, you know what, just to make it even more hellish to paint, we'll have the official scheme have, you know, these extra bits of, you know, colours and stuff going on, and all this lightning. You know, just to make it more of a nightmare to paint. You can see why why quite a lot of people, when they enter painting competitions and Golden Demon and stuff, they enter for Helldrake. Because it's just like the perfect model to just show off your free-handing skill. And well, any skills really. I decided to paint it like staying. I've seen stuff like that. There's absolutely insane models. But I think at this point we need to say goodbye. Wait. It's just gone past 4 o'clock. Is there another? Just no, it's just this thing. It's just this thing. So I think at this point we just say time to say goodbye. I'm just going to have to wait for these bits to dry and then I can start magnetizing its base. But that's going to take hours, so there's no point waiting for it on stream. I might have to do it tomorrow even. So yeah. It came together quite nicely in the end. It's going to be an absolute terror on the battlefield. As all Defilers rightly should be. I do like that the Defilers finally got the stats to, like, do it justice. Like, it's never been a great model because it's being limited by a relatively low AP battle cannon and being limited by the fact it's got relatively decent shooting, relatively decent melee. So it costs always an exorbitant amount of points because it does both of them. But does neither of them amazingly. So it's always better just to take one thing that's much better at shooting and one thing that's much better at melee. Especially after the Mauler Fiend came out. But big love hearts to everyone. Thank you for coming to the stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work hard but play harder. Eat good food. Sleep well. Dream of cupcakes but don't eat for cupcakes. Also, take care of yourself. Be kind to others and vice versa. Tomorrow is a free day, so I'm not streaming. And on Friday, we've got a collab. Yeah, we'll be playing Vermintide of Briar. Saturday, what will I be doing? Yeah! Briar, we'll be collabing with Briar. And Briar's recently made a video that's going to go live soon. Oh, I don't know when I'm actually going to upload it. Probably Saturday. But she made some cool stuff. She's a super cool video editor. Also, Friday, we're playing Rogue Trader. Sunday, we're doing another hand cam. So goodbye, everyone. Love you all. How do it end again? Smash!